So to address this, starting 2021, Grab joined hands with MTech and Bukalapak to launch what we call Kota Masa Depan. What is Kota Masa Depan? An extensive MSME accelerator program that focuses on digital adoption and also capacity building in Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities. We have onboarded more than 26,000 MSME in 5 cities and continue to expand to another 4 cities this year. We assist them to onboard as GrabFood or GrabMart merchants based on their businesses. In capacity building, we provide training and mentorship related, as I mentioned, business development, digital marketing, managing sales through online platform, creative content creation. This is also very important for them. And also important, which is giving them education about halal certification. We continuously improve the training materials in accordance with the MSME's needs. This year, we added 2 new activities. Activity number 1 is to provide capital support for them, and number 2 is to assist them on how to register a business identification number. This is very essential to get access to business capital, loans, as well as banks. Grab really believes that the digital economy's bright future lies in smaller cities in regional areas. Besides leveraging our platform, we are always open for collaboration with various stakeholders, seizing new ways and opportunities to hand in hand supporting our MSME. We initiate the collaboration with local creators through what we call Percaya Project. We create custom products that can be purchased by everyone. By purchasing the products, it equals to take part of doing donation for our MSME. So in 2022, we collaborate with fashion designer Danjio Hyoji, and then accessories designer Gelang Harapan, beauty brand Lux Crime, visual artist Muklai, and sport accessories Stay Hoops. We succeeded to raise 3.5 billion rupiah from initial target only 1 billion rupiah to support our women MSME. Now that donation distributed by our collaboration with Benih Baik, a well-known crowdfunding platform for social activities, from determining the MSME recipient criteria to donation distribution. We are also thankful for the trust and great partnership that we have with our stakeholder. In 2021, we cemented a strategic partnership with MSME Ministry to support the expansion of digitalization and economic opportunity for MSME in Indonesia. In 2022, we signed an agreement with the Ministry of Trade regarding the digitalization program for traditional market. Grab is always enthusiastic to collaborate with stakeholders on the same mission to support the growth of MSME in Indonesia. Grab for Good is our mission to bring the benefit of technology that is accessible for everyone to have equal opportunity in improving their quality of life. As we espouse to this mission, we are committed to continue solve problems and create meaningful, sustainable impact for Indonesian in this digital economic era. In closing, just want to say that Grab Indonesia believe in the potential of growth of local MSME, especially in small cities, and we encourage everyone to take part of it. Percaya UMKM Indonesia. Thank you.
Please give a big round of applause to Ibu Neneng Gunadi. Thank you again. So ladies and gentlemen, as mentioned, Grab Indonesia is working closely with the government to implement long-term digital economy initiatives for self-employed workers, also provides the platform and technology for small businesses, MSMEs, and traditional traders to grow. And this also includes empowering Tier 2 and 3 cities through technology with Kota Masa Depan. Again, thank you, Ibu Neneng Gunadi, for the valuable insights. So now it's time for the lunch break. Lunch is available for you to enjoy during this break and will be served at Lagoon Cafe. So we kindly ask you to be back on time as our event will start again promptly at 2. And please savor and enjoy the lunch, and we'll be seeing you again soon. We would like to invite all speakers of the presentations and also the panelists who are still here to come on stage to take a photo op. Again, we would like to invite all speakers and also panelists who are still here to come on stage for a photo op. So for the photo op, we would like to invite Bapak Agung Wicaksono, Mr. Eric Chan, also Mr. Victor Ratanavong, and Ibu Neneng Gunadi to come on stage for a photo op. Thank you. We would like to invite Ibu Neneng Gunadi, Bapak Agung Wicaksono, Mr. Eric Chan, and Mr. Victor Ratanavong to come on stage for a photo op. Thank you. Mr. Agung Wicaksono, we would like to invite you to come on stage for the photo op. Thank you very much. 3, 2, 1. The big smile. Again, one more time. 3, 2, and 1. Okay, wait a minute. One more time. 3, 2, and 1. Thank you very much. To Bapak Agung Wicaksono, Ibu Neneng Gunadi, Mr. Eric Chan, and Mr. Victor Ratanavong.
Ini 3, 3, 3, 3 nih. Malah konektornya gua itu. Nah, aman nggak? Nah, 3, bagus nih. Ini udah pakai 3 aja ya, atau enggak 4 dulu aja, yakinin ya. 3.
Imagine a city dedicated to healthcare and
Dua, cek aman ya, 2. Tiga, cek, 3 aman. 4 aman. Lanjut.
5. enam, enam, lu enam, Mike enam, 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 enam. Selamat siang. Enam, 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 wireless enam, C, C, enam, 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 C, C, enam, 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 C, C.
Tujuh. Tujuh, cek. Tujuh. Aman? Tujuh. 8. Buruan ayo, 8. 8. Aman, 9. 9, 9. 10. Oh, 10, 10. Udah. Scan 5. Ya. 6. 6.
still believe in you, baby. I still believe in you, baby. I know it's impossible to see. We could work things out, and it's hard to remember where we started. Drowning in the teardrops, choking on the pain. Can we find a way to fall in love again? Ooh, I still believe in you, baby. Ooh, I still believe in you and me, baby. Believe in you and me. Do you believe in you and me, baby? Yeah, yeah, yeah. 'Cause I still believe in you and me, baby. Baby, I know it's hard to forget all the things we said when I pulled
Ladies and gentlemen, we hope you enjoy your lunch. We inform you that the next program will start shortly. Now we kindly invite all of you to proceed into the ballroom as we are about to commence our next discussion session. Please return to your seats. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, welcome back to Day 2 ASEAN Investment Forum 2023. Please give big round of applause to continue our event today. Thank you so much. So now, it's time for co-presentation session, ASEAN's roadmap to becoming the hub for human talent. So we hope you enjoy your lunch. Our next session will be a shared talent playbook insight that leads to a co-presenting session with the title of ASEAN's Roadmap to Becoming the Hub for Human Talent. All presenters later will offer valuable insights on the initiatives, policies, and collaborations necessary to cultivate a skilled workforce in the region. They will engage in discussion about the current state of talent, highlighting the significance of education and industry partnership, as well as the fostering of an innovative environment. By showcasing the benefit of ASEAN becoming a talent hub, such as job creation and economic growth, the session will share best practices and compelling case studies that underscore the importance of diversity and inclusion. Additionally, the discussion will address the continued investment in human capital in ASEAN, exploring how to prepare ASEAN talents for green jobs and nurture green talent within the region. So now, without further ado, let's welcome on stage for Shared Talent Playbook Insights and also a moderator for the co-presenting session, partner and President Director of Kearney Indonesia, Head of Transformation and Transaction Practice in Asia Pacific, Shirley Santoso.
So good afternoon, audience and distinguished panelists and all the ASEAN PAC delegates. It's such an honor for me to be here today to present about ASEAN's roadmap to build a thriving talent hub for the region. Let me start by actually giving you a bit of context why discussing about this topic is so important for ASEAN. So if you look, ASEAN played a very important role in the overall global world economy. The economy is expected to grow 40% faster than global GDP growth. And here, Indonesia, Malaysia, Thailand, and Vietnam will contribute 75% of the ASEAN growth. And ASEAN will also have a net positive trade balance of over 100 billion. Second, we also see that by 2030, ASEAN will be home for more than 720 million people. So again, this is very big number. And what's very good about ASEAN is that 67% of them are in working age. So that means ASEAN will have a demographic bonus, which will then fuel the growth of the overall economy. When we look at the ASEAN talent, and this is based on a recent survey done, most of the ASEAN talent, they have a desire to work in the industries that is actually aligned with the structure of the economy of majority of the ASEAN countries. And when we see both employers and employees, they do have a positive outlook for their own home country. However, if we look with the changes in the environment, be it rising customer expectation, digital disruption, COVID pandemic, sectoral change, this has huge and significant impact on the people side. And again, on the customer side, you're seeing rising digital channel. On the servicing and operation side, you're seeing digitalization, automation that impact a lot of the manual processes. And you're also seeing with the COVID-19 pandemic, the changed ways of working, which really impact how organizations behave. And when we look at the more deeply on the talent competitiveness ranking in ASEAN, there are still significant improvement opportunities that some of the ASEAN countries needs to improve, especially if we look at Thailand, Vietnam, Philippines, and Indonesia. And there are three specific areas where this country need to improve, especially in digital skills, the quality of the vocational skills, as well as the skilled labor. So again, these are something that the ASEAN countries need to pay attention. And the second thing is that, as we all know, majority of the ASEAN economy still have a big, significant portion in manufacturing economy. And if we look at some of the big sectors in ASEAN countries, be it BPO or textile or electronics, retail, and auto, some of these big sectors in countries such as Thailand, Indonesia, Vietnam are at the risk of technology disruption, especially with automation, which will require some of the workers to be upskilled, to have a specific technical skill set, better technology proficiency, and also a more complex problem solving. At the same time, and this is again based on a recent survey that Carney is doing with AJWC, we look at going forward having the right balance between technical skills and non-technical skills. The softer aspect would be required to have a future-ready workforce. So again, based on the interviews that we've did with companies across ASEAN, we are seeing shortage of skills, especially in skill set like software engineer, data scientists, UI, UX, but also some of the softer skill aspect like leadership skills, negotiation skills, sales and business development. So again, having this right balance and the role of university and also a private sector would be important to address these issues. On the bright side, however, given that ASEAN has a huge demographic bonus, we found out that the ASEAN youth, they realize that it's important to stay current. In fact, based on the recent survey conducted by the World Economic Forum, majority of the ASEAN youth believe that their current education and skill will need a refresh. And again, this is something that is very encouraging. And at the same time, ASEAN youth, they also are interested to go into entrepreneurship and also working in MNC, which will be a good foundation for the ASEAN economy. However, to uplift the workforce, there needs to be a systemic intervention, which require not just the government alone, but the government together with the public and private sector to address the ASEAN talent workforce. And some of it will include upskilling of the workforce. Again, we are seeing that government in ASEAN, they are giving a lot of incentive for companies to train their workers. Second is to upskill the local graduates. Again, we are seeing that there are still issues in terms of labor skill mismatch, in terms of what the university produce versus what the industry is requiring. So again, there needs to be key initiative to ensure that the local graduates are workforce ready. The third one is invite the foreign talent to actually, for knowledge transfer, especially in the skill set where we have shortages of talent. And lastly is also to ensure a healthy environment for this talent to develop. And again, the government and the private sector collaboration would be important to create an environment that makes sure that the workforce can thrive and continue to learn. And again, this is just some examples. So for example, in terms of if we compare the ASEAN countries to OECD countries, again, the percentage of training in ASEAN country is lesser. Similarly, also on the employee sides, where US companies give a lot more training hours for their employees. So again, how to make sure that companies continue to invest to address the skill gap would be important. The second one is this whole upskilling of local graduates. So I mentioned that there is still a skill gap match in terms of what the university produce versus what the industries are needed. And again, as the largest producer of local talent and to address this whole demographic bonus, it's important that the university equip the graduates with the skill set that require, whether it's like the ICT talent, complex problem solving, or some of the more technical skills and softer skills like critical, analytical, creative thinking would be required. And again, there are many global examples that ASEAN countries can learn, whether it's like, for example, in STEM development in some of the European countries, the mandatory internship policy, especially in Germany. And again, this is something that, for example, the Indonesian university is also trying to introduce. So again, some of this program would be important to upskill the local graduates. And again, I think the other thing that will need to be addressed is the digital talent and also the STEM talent as well. And if we look at majority of the countries globally, Italy, they introduce the basic computing knowledge in most of the primary schools, so they really start early. And again, Singapore, for example, they make coding compulsory for the schools. And in India, for example, they introduce value-added courses. So again, how do we really embed some of these digital courses into ASEAN starting early would be very important to make sure that our talent stays relevant. The other thing that I mentioned is about getting the foreign talent to fulfill the shortage talent supply gap, especially in certain industry and certain specific expertise. So again, examples from other companies and other countries where they introduce new work visa for executive, or they introduce work visa for tech talent and fresh graduate, changing the immigration policies, incentivizing for shortage occupation. And again, ASEAN has been trying to do this, but again, this is something that's very important, especially to address some of the skill gap in certain areas. Again, I think the other thing is how the government and the organization can also create a healthy environment to make sure that the talent can continue to thrive. And again, this ranges things from policies like flexible work week. Again, we are seeing that countries such as Belgium have implemented this, and this is actually a very important policy to attract a more diverse talent as well. Remote working policy, diversity, which is now becoming a lot more important in many different countries. And again, in ASEAN, you would have different successes, like we are seeing Singapore's quite successful there, especially in certain industries. But in Indonesia, for example, the number of CEO is still 6%, and you have a pipeline leakages from, when the female talent enter into the workforce till when they become a manager. So again, also there are actions and policy that we need to think through to make sure that the talent, you can attract a lot more diverse talent, as well as some of the workplaces and workspaces to attract more startup and more entrepreneur in ASEAN as well, such as co-working spaces, connectivity, and so on and so forth. So I guess that ends a bit of the context, and I would actually hand it over to the MC before we start with our panel discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Please give a big round of applause to Shirley Santoso. Please remain on stage for the next session and allow me to invite all speakers for this upcoming session. So for the co-presentation session, joined by Mo Jiao, the owner of Myanmar Marketing Research and Development Ltd, Council Member ASEAN BAC Myanmar. Dr. Ilham Akbar Habibi, Chairman of the Board of Trustees, the Habibi Center. Eddie Tan, co-founder and chief executive officer, ADMA. Jeffrey Zhou, co-founder and managing partner, Alpha JWC Ventures.
So good afternoon, distinguished panelists. It's an honor for me to welcome all of you here and to have a very engaging discussion on how we can build ASEAN into a thriving talent hub. So I would like to actually ask the first question to Mo. So Mo, you have a lot of experience. Okay. All right, so we have that settled. So Mo, the first question I would like to ask you, and again, given your experiences in what you've done in your company, marketing and research, and also your role as an ASEAN BAC Council member, how do you think ASEAN can ensure that the talent development efforts are aligned with the emerging trends and technology as well as demand of businesses. Would like to get your thoughts.
Thank you very much. Again, I'll take the opportunity to thank the organizers for giving us a chance to present this case. Actually, the ASEAN Business Advisory Council has initiated a new program. We've just finished a study sponsored by the Japanese on the issue of migrant workers. So when you say talent or hub, yeah, you have to understand that what the migrant workers provide to ASEAN countries is immense. Let me give you an example of the Philippines. So the Philippines GDP is about $370 billion, yeah? So they record, and they have about 7 to 8 million workers, so they record that every year these migrant workers return a figure of $35 billion. And then some speculations that it could actually be $70 billion. So you think, oh, $70 billion and 360 million, that's 20% of the GDP. But no, you've got to remember that $35 billion, that's official, is cash, is equivalent to at least $100 million in exports. So when you show those figures that there were a net balance in trade of about 100 billion, it's nothing compared to the money that has been brought in with the migrant workers from the Philippines, Indonesia, Myanmar, Thailand, Vietnam, and so on and so. So when you discuss talent, how can we develop it? Are we not already appreciating the talent of mothers, sisters, brothers, going away to another country, slaving away to find money? How do you foster that talent? For most of the cases, when migrant workers come back, are they afforded the rights that the people do, the taxpayer does? And I keep on saying, please, guys, remember, it's cash, right? That cash is put in the bank, yeah? That makes more money for industries to develop. So one of the contexts that you said is, how can we develop our talent? Is we should be looking after them. We never, ever discuss the issue of our migrant workers in any government forum. We haven't never had a dashboard that says, well, hold on, are we being nice to them? I tell you why, we're a little bit embarrassed that we have migrant workers. So that is a major issue that we're starting at the ASEAN Business Advisory Council. We want to put across, hold on, this is the biggest contributor, the migrant workers, to ASEAN. We need to accept the fact that they need to be looked after and developed. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah, I think that's a very important point in terms of how do you make it also inclusive, right? And how do you, especially in this case, help take care and protect, the migrant workers that really contribute to the overall GDP. So my next question is actually to Jeff. So again, I think one of the thing that we saw is the importance of also developing digital talent. And Jeff, given your experience in, investing in some of these digital ventures, what are the current challenges and opportunities in developing a skilled worker in ASEAN, especially on the digital talent?
Yes, thank you, Shirley. So maybe I'll start with one statement that actually has been haunting me in the past few months. I attended a conference, listened to podcasts, and there's one statement that really stuck with me. As we know now, a lot of people are talking about AI, ChatGPT. So this statement is really bothering me because the statement is a country that leads the AI race in the next decades will actually lead the world in the next century. So a lot of people are saying that AI, right? And then this era of, all this ChatGPT is going to revolutionize a lot of industries. Last week, I just spoke to US founders, and he's talking about how to create, so this company is in more infrastructure kind of technology, and his company is thinking on how to help all of these AI companies to process things faster. For example, if you look into your Spotify or Apple Music, you will get the daily mix and recommendations. The current computing capability is not quick enough to actually give everyone a customized daily mix recommendation. That is what the people or the startups or the founders in the US or maybe at the cutting edge, at the forefront of this innovation are thinking. And of course, I look at now, we are talking about the talent in ASEAN, in Indonesia. And backing many early stage founders and startups, we have invested in about 80 companies so far. We know what are the problems that we are facing and the solutions that these founders are working on. And it's nowhere near what those founders are doing. So I'm quite stressful for a while, saying that, okay, if that statement is true, a country that leads the AI race in the next decade will rule the world or will lead the world in the next century. How are we going to cope with that, right? Yeah. But now I started to have a different realization. Long story short is I believe that the talent will follow the industry. And how about the industry in Indonesia? Will we be at the forefront of the AI revolution? Maybe not. Do we need to be? Maybe not. Because why? Because we believe every country have our own playbook. Indonesia, we have a lot of natural resources. One of the things that actually pretty interesting is that the carbon credit market, we are actually leading in the world. We have a lot of potential in carbon credit. We have a lot of potential in demographic, in consumer because of the bonus demographic. Those are things that we believe we need to focus on. And the talent that we have to serve those industries is enough. We have many successful companies that we invested, and the talents locally, the available talents locally actually is enough to support the growth. So one way to think about the talent is, what are the industries that can grow in the next 5, 10, 20 years? Do we have enough talents? Yes, and we really believe that the talent will follow the money. The talent will follow the industries. And while we are maybe still behind for now for some of this cutting edge technology or innovation, but we have our own strengths and we have a lot of promising industries that will further push the growth of the economy.
Thank you, Jeff. I think it's very well said. So, different country have different playbook and you need to concentrate on your strength and, you don't always have to be the lead there, but, really focus on what you have. So actually, I would like to ask Eddie. Eddie, you've led a very interesting business, which is really like a job seeker platform focusing on the informal workers, the lower, to middle income, workers. So how do you see this play, especially in terms of digital, talent and, this whole challenges in developing talent? Would love to hear your view.
Yeah, I think, thank you, Shirley. I think I would like to kind of echo what Jeffrey said a little bit. Because most importantly, when it comes to challenge, what we need to understand is what are the opportunities, right? Because there's this framework that I use. Opportunities is what we can achieve, and then there is the people side of it, which are the talent. What is bridging the gap is basically education. And all these three have to align. The problem right now is a lot of countries, or people in power, there is that misalignment in these three different aspects. Right? For example, Indonesia, we talk about it, right? What Joe was saying about AI and such, probably it doesn't apply to us because a lot of times people think about the creation of the technology itself is what is, attractive, right? What is exciting, but what's really important is actually the adoption of the technology in Indonesia, right? So when I think about this space, if you have the talent, where is the state of talent that we are in? What is the baseline, right? And I think that if you look at what the research done by the Asian Development Bank, it says that about only 14% of Indonesia's working adult felt that they have the basic digital skills required to be competitive. ASEAN as a whole is like 50%. Yeah. Right. So there's that problem that we need to kind of catch up to. But I think fundamentally it's how we deploy the technologies, and also government has to play an important role in pushing up for that. But before all these three things can align, we can't. So talking about adoption itself, for example, if we talk about the low middle income segment, all the low-skilled and semi-skilled workers, it's not about AI. What they could do is, for example, AI requires the training of the model, the data
Yes.
labeling aspect of it,
Yes.
right? That's where we can come in. But I feel that before we have clarity on which are the areas we can improve on, where the existing baseline of the talent that we have, before we have that clarity, we don't know what's the game plan,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
So there's that part. And of course, most importantly, it's about attracting talent. If we don't fit the talent base together with the opportunities that exist, with the right education system, we won't be able to attract the talents that in return will actually elevate existing talents. That loop has to exist. Yeah.
Yes, yeah, definitely. And I think their whole baselining and also the part of the digital literacy is very key to address as well. Yeah. So, Pa Ilham, you've done a lot of work definitely on ASEAN talent and also collaboration. How do you think the ASEAN country can collaborate with each other or with the other regions and international organizations to strengthen and improve its position as the talent hub? Would love to hear your view on this.
Okay, thank you very much, Shirley. First of all, I think at the moment, if you read the media, then more and more people are trying to compare ASEAN with, for instance, the EU. Yeah. And some very aggressive voices say that it is maybe a very ambitious goal to be, at some point, even more developed than the EU, but it's not impossible. But it's possible. It needs time, though. Yeah? And there needs to be many more things happening in ASEAN. And you mentioned ASEAN. I don't want to go into the individual countries because ASEAN is very diverse. We have countries that are at very different stages of development and also very different stages of political systems.
That's right.
And so but all have one goal in mind, and they want to basically go up call it the development ladder, right? So, so going from underdeveloped to in development to developed, or from emerging or into industrial countries.
Yes.
Right? So, and I think many countries in ASEAN want to escape the middle income trap.
Yes.
And I think we have seen examples how other countries do it. Not in ASEAN, or there's one country which is already out of the middle income trap. One is about to, but many in the Northeast Asia region have actually exactly done that. So I think that would be an example to look at. How have these countries done it actually? How have they developed over the last decades? And I think one is definitely they have strongly focused on the aspect of technology and innovation. Yeah. And some of that they did by themselves, but much of that in collaboration with other countries.
Yeah.
So, I mean, look at, the most recent example is China, I think, what everybody knows. Although at the moment China is not in a very good position, but I mean, in the last decades, it was a tremendous growth economically, but also in terms of the way value add was created in that economy, went very much into the industrial sector and also the service sector related to that. Innovation played a very big role. There are centers or tech hubs not only to be found in Silicon Valley, but definitely in the countries, in cities like Shenzhen, right? And so the investment, and that is talking about human talents or talent pool or human resources, is very much going to that direction. If you look around the globe, how many millions and millions of Chinese go abroad, study those complicated disciplines, and they go back home and work in those industries, and they push the economy in that direction. I think ASEAN cannot evade that, right? We are maybe different because we have abundant natural resources, as was mentioned before. I personally believe it's not enough. Yeah? It's a good starting point to focus on natural resources downstreaming, but it has to be downstream to the end, meaning not only to the battery, but also all the products that use batteries, right? That needs to be part of that so-called downstreaming effort.
Yeah.
Only then ASEAN can do this, and collaborating with multinational corporations, with multinational institutions, global companies is, I think, it's paramount. You have to do this. We cannot reinvent the wheel. We have to go step by step, learning that. And then at some point in time, if we have the critical mass of people and experience, then we can do our own thing.
Yes.
That is, I think, very important for us in Asia and ASEAN. Yeah.
Sure.
Yes.
If I can just chime in a little bit, I think it's going to be interesting to also look at this question from the trade and also the company and the sectors. So just one interesting thing that I think what we are seeing is we've been investing in the past 10 years. And when we talk about ASEAN, a lot of people say that ASEAN is a region, but it's a region with multiple different countries.
Yeah.
And in the earlier phase of our investments, a lot of the companies, wherever they started, the companies always focus on their own home market first. Even until now, we don't have that many regional companies, if you will. But in the future, we believe that it will happen. And how these companies can actually be more regional, there's two ways to do this. One is that a company from Indonesia going regional, from Thailand going regional, from Malaysia going regional. Or there's more partnerships, right? When a company from Philippines comes to Indonesia, then there's a collaboration, there's a partnership. We believe that in the future, there's enough collaboration between the companies in these regions that foster the collaboration not only on the corporate sides or industry side, but this also will allow talents also to move around in this region, right? So we haven't seen that much about that movement, but we believe that we should see more of that in the near future.
Yeah, I think that's a very important point. You know, how do we facilitate that collaboration even within ASEAN countries, and you know all the different things that we talk about, visas, making sure that they are easily can work here, but also what Pa Ilham mentioned about learning from other countries who has gone through the process, like South Korea, China. Like right now, the number of research papers that they are producing is just amazing. Like, but if we look at them like 20 years ago, I mean, they are not there yet. So I think learning and also getting their help as well would be great. Yeah, you want to add something, Pa Ilham?
Yeah, I mean, just as an example, yeah, I mean, Indonesia is, I think, if I may talk about Indonesia a little bit, because we were talking about ASEAN before, right? So this is an enormous market, say, in the motorcycle space. We have the third largest market in the world after China and India for motorcycles in Indonesia.
Yeah.
But do we have even one Indonesian brand? Not one, right? So I think this is something we need to take serious as a country and as Indonesian people. We need to focus on not only the industry that come easy to us, because we have it in abundance, like natural resources, but the more difficult things that have to do with value creation that involves humans.
Yes.
I mean, people are paramount in this process. We need to go up in that direction.
Yes,
right?
definitely.
So otherwise we will be stuck, I think, in this middle income trap.
Yeah, yeah.
And this is not only Indonesia. Many countries in ASEAN are in a similar position. Let's talk about Vietnam has now leapfrogged. They're now doing already their own EV, right?
Yes, correct.
And it's enormous. So I think that is the right way to go for us.
Yes, definitely. And I think this transformation from basic to more value added, you know, is something that's very important. So you don't get trapped, and that goes across all different industries as well. So the next question that I would like to ask is more on the education system. So again, I think if we look at the ASEAN talent competitiveness or education, I mean, again, I think what Pa Ilham mentioned, different countries are at different stage, but there is also a paramount need to transform the education system, especially in certain countries. So again, maybe I'll start with Pa Eddie, you know, given what you've known so far, especially, you know, on the low scale and the middle income workforce. I mean, how do you think the education system in ASEAN can be transformed to meet the demands of this whole new economy and really foster that culture of continuous learning?
Yeah, I think we can't brute force it, right? I think that's for sure. I think, first of all, we have the tendency to kind of lump everything together. But when I look at it, we talk about workforce, especially preparing for the digital transformation that's going to come. There are three groups. The first one, it's working adult who are kind of tech savvy.
Yeah.
So there's certain different problem statement that we can do there. And that's actually just accounted for about 16%. 16% of the working adult felt that they have the basic digital skills required for them to perform in the new age. The other 84% or so right? They don't think that they have the basic digital skills. So you're the second cohort of working adults
Yeah.
who require those basic training,
Yes.
right? And then there's a third group, and this is something else that I think all the developed countries are talking about. It's basically the primary kid students, right? All these digital native Indonesian, they are actually very savvy, but 65% of them will be working in jobs that do not yet exist.
Yes, that's correct.
Right, so all these three different segments, I think the problems are very different and solutions required are very different. What comes down to it, there are only two places that people learn. One is in the academia, the other one is in the industry. Right, the thing is right now, I don't think we can split it that way. With how fast innovation is happening, they have to merge together into one, right? So this partnership is important. And I think for academia, all right, there's still a lot of room for improvement for us, for sure, right? But I think aside from the academic and also for the industry partnership, we need to embrace technologies,
Yeah.
right? Basically in ad tech, AI, I was just checking out what SpaceX did in the States, right? Elon Musk, they had this education that is AI trained. They have replaced tutors. My 8-year-old son can learn about binary, the concept of binary counting in 8 minutes, right? So I think the teachers themselves, when you talk about education, the tutors themselves need to be upskilled. So before the implementation of AI on the students, the teachers themselves have to upskill first. So I think there are just those issues that we need to address.
Yeah, it's a holistic transformation, right? So, and I mean, very interesting what you said, right? Like the skill set that an elementary school student is teaching, learning now, it may be not relevant when they actually graduate from college. So I think that the rate of change and disruption is a lot faster.
Maybe I'd like to add too, right? I think what will play a very important role is the government here, right? Because the government has to acknowledge that problem.
Yeah.
And then when it comes to education, you just need a holistic approach.
Yes, absolutely.
Without the right regulatory framework or even just priorities on what is right. And sometimes you get caught up with the developed world, what they are doing, and it's not practical for the current baseline that we have.
Yes, absolutely.
And maybe I'll also add, right, lastly, it's on talent mobility.
Yes.
Because I think the fastest way probably for Indonesia or ASEAN, because we have different countries at different state of development, we have the APT framework, right? ASEAN +3, there is China, and then there is Japan and South Korea, a lot of models that we can take over. Just having the talents being able to be mobile across these countries will be creating a lot of these magnetic forces to draw other talents to come on board. Well, there's a lot of technological advancement that we can do here, I think.
Absolutely, and I think that's how you can get the new skills. But Jeff, you have additional thoughts.
Just one thing, I have to comment on this, the talent competitiveness index, right? Because when we look into the talent competitiveness index in ASEAN, this is also something that makes me stressful, right? Look at where Indonesia is, look at where some of the countries is. But I would like to give a different perspective. Why do we need to use that index? For example, in that index, there's a digital savviness, for example.
Yeah.
Is that relevant for us? Maybe not. I mean, I'm a VC, for example, right? And digital is close to what we do. But the successful companies are not digitally native, at least not for now. Maybe not in the near future as well. Technology is important, but there's a big enough market and industry on the conventional side. And for example, tourism. We are actually one of, not only Indonesia, but the whole ASEAN as a region. We are a very, very friendly and hospitable culture, right? So where that is in the talent competitiveness index, right? So of course we need to understand where we are in terms of the industrial evolution. Yeah, if we look into the ranking and then always compare ourselves on the metrics like digitally savvy, innovation and all that, yeah, we might not ahead. But another way to think about it is maybe, is that the right kind of metrics that we need to look at? Maybe that's not the most important industries or metrics for us. So things are actually not as bleak.
Sure, yeah, I think comparing to what industries you are in and thinking through what skill set do you need to progress those industries, I think is what Pak Ilham is also. I guess, Pa Ilham, maybe, would be good to get your thoughts in terms of the education system in ASEAN.
Yeah, I think what definitely needs to be improved is the gap between the academia and industry. I mean, traditionally, the people that go into academia, I'm not talking about universities only, but also the vocational training institutions, they have never worked in industry. So they teach whatever they have to teach to the curriculum very normatively, but they cannot talk from their own experience. And that is because of the lack of workplaces in the industry. I mean, the industry is not yet that strong. It's like a chicken and egg situation. I mean, can we get more people with industrial experience in the academia by and large if the industry itself is not that big, and not that strong?
Yeah.
So, but we need that kind of quality in order to give more relevant knowledge and experience to all the students.
Yes, absolutely.
And so that is, I think, one thing that needs to be vastly improved. And I think that can only be improved over time. It needs time. It's not something that comes overnight. The digital factor plays a role there. It cannot substitute everything, but many things can be, I think, taught from people that maybe are not originally from here, but they are somewhere else. They can be brought in. The language barrier is in the future not going to be that big anymore. I mean, there's technology to basically solve that as well. And I think, but we need to be aware about the fact that this is a major, major problem that we have. And that is also to be seen. If you talk education, then usually you talk also about research. So in Indonesia, the Ministry for Education does also research and technology.
Yes,
right?
that's
now it's
correct.
combined. And so the same people that actually do the research, and which happens a lot in university, there's no relevance to the industry in many cases. And so that shows the same phenomena. We need more, communication and collaboration between both sectors.
Yes, definitely. And I think that whole collaboration, industry and academia is very important.
Very important,
The professors and, the teachers. And Mo, you have would like to add as well.
Yeah, I think this is a little bit pro-Indonesian system, so I like to open out on the bigger ASEAN system. Education was all about, it's what you know, your skill factor. Do we have one common education standard in ASEAN? We don't. But if you want to go to Japan, or if you want to go to Korea, right, you have to pass these basic standard qualifications, whether you want to go to nursing, or whether you want to go into home care, or whether you want to go into engineering, or where you just basically get the standard for work permit. So I think it's time now. Remember, I'm looking at on the macro view of ASEAN, I mean, when I first saw this title, Roadmap to ASEAN Talent, I was talking to Tony, and he asked me, I'm on the talent thing, and he said, hey, I'm just telling you, we're going to form an ASEAN band and show the talent of ASEAN, right? Like the girl group, like the K-pop group. So, but this is the thing. If you want to grow talent, what is that aspirational? What's that piece of paper that ASEAN can share amongst each other? We definitely know it's there. With this entry points exam systems for migrant workers in Japan and Korea, they take about 150, 200,000 of our young talent. But is it available here in ASEAN? It isn't. And it's so easy to do, as my three comrades have already said. So we should be looking at that. And I think this is a topic that we're going to be raising in the next ASEAN chairmanship under Laos. Please love your migrant workers. Please respect them. And I will say it again. They have the greatest talent. They leave their families to go overseas. Their talent is love and dedication, and we need to foster that for them as well.
No, I think that's a very important point, and I like the fact that you mentioned about a standard, right? Where we are seeing, and with more talent mobility, as Eddie mentioned, across ASEAN, can we also create a standard for certain profession that can cut across some different ASEAN countries?
And the thing is, different industries, different countries, there are different industries that stands out, right? So even on the industry side, different companies will stand out in Singapore, Indonesia, different types of companies. And when we talk about upskilling, we tend to always focus on that, but we don't think about what happens afterward. the absorption of the talent. Maybe if you upskill someone in Indonesia, right, or someone in Singapore, the application of that talent is more relevant on certain industries in different countries.
Yeah.
So we need to foster an environment that is conducive for that.
Absolutely. So, you know, we are also seeing, like, if you look at the ASEAN Youth Survey, right? A lot of the youth, they want to become entrepreneurship and also work in MNC, which I think it's a good idea. So my question is actually, you know, what role can entrepreneurship and startup culture play in nurturing and retaining, especially the youth talent? And so would like to give actually this question to Jeffrey.
Yeah, so I think for ASEAN, we are now in a very interesting times. We believe there's a lot of opportunities in the next decades. Indonesia, us in Indonesia, we always talk about Indonesia, the golden Indonesia 2045. The economy is expected to grow strong. And during this boom time, there will be a lot of opportunities, especially on SMEs as well. And when on the SMEs, we also see this, even during COVID, how many people become content creator and actually, you know, make a decent income from those, you know, it's not even maybe a company selling something, creating something, right? So there's enough and there's a lot of opportunities for entrepreneurs to actually to participate in the future growth, not only in Indonesia and also ASEAN. And also when we look into what the government is doing, what the industries players are doing, the school or the educations organizations are doing, and also the non-profit, everyone is actually going into more collaborative in the ASEAN. ASEAN BAC, for example, this forum, G20 last year. We see actually more connectivity, more discussions on how we can be more collaborative and have that connectivity between the countries. On schools, we also see that in Indonesia, we have quite a good relationship with the regional schools as well. You know, exchanges, bringing some of their graduates to come to Indonesia and vice versa to see what are the opportunities that they can do, internships, for example. And also non-profit. For example, on entrepreneurship, there's a non-profit called Endeavor, for example. And then Endeavor is actually present in multiple countries in Southeast Asia. And Endeavor, I just joined the organization as the board of Indonesia. And the discussion is also how we can have more connections. On the entrepreneurship and also business, network and connectivity is very important. And actually there's a lot of good data points that we see that we can be encouraged because of more connectivities is being established now across the levels.
Yeah, and I think, you know, digital actually can also help to foster that connectivity as well. But Mo, maybe you would like to add, you know, from your ASEAN BAC council member, I mean, how do you see this? Like, how can ASEAN countries also nurture a lot more entrepreneur and cultivate a startup environment?
Entrepreneurship, doing business, making money is just gone over the top in terms of what you can do digitally. I mean, what really amazed me is the pace the talent that is already there to develop industry. I think Eddie just mentioned, or I think you mentioned about the Vietnam and their cars. VinFast, they've only done something like 13,000 cars. I've never heard of a Vietnamese car before that, and its market capitalization is worth more than $89 billion. So this is what is important. I believe. I mean, we worked for so many years on ASEAN economic something. AEC, community.
AEC.
Yeah, AEC. What happened there? Where's that promise that if I'm a qualified, dentist here in Indonesia, that I can go and practice in Myanmar? What happened to all these things that you have to open your doors? We basically forgot AEC. So what is important is we need to foster entrepreneurship. You've got to identify a market. It's so easy to understand how big markets is, And one of the most important things that we still, again, I keep on going on about is our migrant workers, How do we train them to be better. Yeah, I'll give you an instance. Merchant shipping, where waiters work, sailors. Yeah, there's about 600,000 ASEAN merchant sailors. Yeah, but every country has their own maritime university.
Yes.
It's accepted on an international standard. I mean, more of these. I mean, it's up to the developed countries, ASEAN countries, to think about this. Commonality, and we're talking about centrality.
Yes.
Commonality. We don't even know how to talk to each other properly. You know what I mean?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. So, maybe Pak Ilham, would you like to add,
Yeah, I wanted to add something about startups. I think if most of us think about startups, we think about digital, right? But I think, in fact, startups is a new company, right?
Yes.
New company, and it can be in any sector. And I think for countries like in ASEAN, there's a lot of gaps in the industrial landscape, which are usually filled by imports, or by companies that don't originate from ASEAN. So the value add that remains in ASEAN is not optimal. So I think any startup entrepreneur that wants to engage him or herself in ASEAN is actually filling a gap, because that gap has not been filled by the current industry. Nobody goes in that direction, so there's a gap. So they fill a gap that there's a need, or I think the chances at the moment to be successful are more than usual, because we live in a time of large technological disruption.
Yes.
We talk about digitalization, that would be one disruption, where some of the more established companies have difficulties with, because if you're established, if you're large, then you're not that agile, right? So you lose sometimes against startups, like we were just discussing, like the EV company from zero to hero. I mean, within no time, basically, right? The other, which is already not only in the horizon, but actually in the midst of it without knowing, is the decarbonization. Right? So what happens to that? So basically, these are two out of so many others, probably disruptive factors, where if you come as a startup and you want to start something, and you from the very beginning become something that is part of your DNA, you have a big chance of winning, actually.
Yeah,
right?
definitely.
And so this is a chance, I think, for us in ASEAN to strengthen and fill the holes in the industrial landscape.
Yeah, and I think that's the way to make the startup very successful, is to fulfill the holes that is not fulfilled yet by the formal sector. And I like also the fact that before Jeff mentioned about this whole social impact entrepreneurship, and we are seeing that the youth are also becoming a lot more purposeful. And now, we are seeing that business and social, they are a lot more intertwined. So things like decarbonization, on the green economy, I think those are the startup that, some of these youth have been actually been focusing also. So maybe, we don't have a lot of time left, but I would like to invite actually, Pak Ilham for closing remarks first, and then followed by the other panelists.
Okay, well, I think all countries in ASEAN have a similar goal. We want to basically become more advanced, more wealthy, more developed countries. In order to do that, I think everybody agrees the human capital is key, right? Human capital is there to deliver. It's also there to create. And I think the biggest challenge, and if you look at most studies that talk about ASEAN, is we need to be much more innovative. Right? Innovative in creating new products, new services, and for that you need people. Right? And so creating that talent needs to be created in a certain way. First of all, they need to be up to date regarding the knowledge. They need to be focused on specific sectors, I think, as well. And I think we haven't discussed this in this round. The role of STEM education, I think, is paramount. And STEM doesn't mean only focus on science, technology, engineering, and math, but actually it's also the way to learn. You have to learn product-based learning. So otherwise it doesn't stick in your head what technology actually means if you don't try to apply it hands-on, basically, and try to solve a little problem with the technology, then only then it really sticks in your mind. I think the trend in many countries, not only in ASEAN, around the world, that people are actually studying less and less technology and more going into non-tech disciplines is worrying, right? Because I think I'm an engineer, maybe I'm a little bit biased, but actually I think it's very important to have enough people to be in a position to implement and to think about the solution in a technical way. And ASEAN cannot be an exception to that case. I think we have to create much more talent locally that goes into that direction.
Yeah, yeah, and I think this whole focus on STEM, complex problem
Exactly.
solving, and innovation
Exactly.
is very
Innovation
important.
is key, yes.
Yeah. So yeah, I would like to actually ask all the panelists so for just closing remarks. So Mo, maybe if you have a closing remark, then Jeff and Pa Eddie, yes?
Yes, thank you for that. Just two things. So much talk about AI, you know. So my daughter came up to me and says, "Daddy, Daddy, Daddy, why are they calling it AI and not SI?" And I said, "What are you talking about? Because Daddy, you keep on saying AI is for stupid people to be intelligence. So she calls it stupid intelligence. That means that the level playing field for intellectual talent can start at a very, very age. And I'm so happy with it, and I'm so glad that my partner, my friends here are working in that field. Artificial intelligence makes people more clever. So that switches around is what is the talent that we really need to develop on a macro issue. So I want to retitle this seminar, not a roadmap to a hub of ASEAN talent, but a highway of ASEAN, a highway to a hub of ASEAN talent. But currently, our people, our migrant workers, have only got a rickshaw on this highway. We've all got to work hard, that at least the next thing, they're on a tuk-tuk and not on a rickshaw.
Yeah.
So I hope we can all work together. I hope each of you can go back home and
Yeah.
say, migrant workers, we shouldn't look down on them because they've been the pinnacle for ASEAN development. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And Jeff,
Yeah, so from my side, from our side, we are early stage investors in Southeast Asia with investors globally. I think one thing that I would really want to highlight is where are we? Indonesia, ASEAN, where are we in the global stage now? There's a lot of enthusiasm, there's a lot of positivity despite what's happening globally. We have momentum, and we will have a very strong tailwind. And when we talk about talents, of course, there's certain data points that might discourage us or might pose a questions. Are we good enough to be able to compete or to be able to capture the potential and opportunities going forward? And I strongly believe that the answer is yes. There's a lot of good data points about what everyone is doing to help to prepare ASEAN talent to continue to grow. And then there's a lot of amazing industries that might not be disrupted by technology or AI yet in the next decades. That's also something that we learn as a venture capital. For example, just to give you a couple of interesting pointers, SaaS. In the US, SaaS is the bread and butter for venture capital. In Indonesia, or in ASEAN for that matter, SaaS is still very early.
yes, that's just starting. Yeah.
So we have time. We have time to prepare ourselves, and don't underestimate of the younger generations.
Yeah.
How many? I mean, the younger generations. I still believe I'm pretty young, but the younger ones, they are very digitally savvy.
Yes,
We
absolutely.
we are, I think, number 2 or number 3 on TikTok. Indonesia is number 2
Yes,
on TikTok,
that's true.
right?
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
number 3 on YouTube, right? So
Yes.
we are digitally savvy. We believe that a lot of the younger generation will be able to pick up what's needed to be successful. But most importantly, let's make sure that we can be successful in our country, in our region, and the rest should follow.
Yeah, I think that's a very important point, you know, like capitalizing also on the young. And in fact, well, my son is starting a podcast and he's 17 years old. He started actually when he was 16. So again, you know, definitely I think there's a lot of changes that we can look at the young generation, and we have to capitalize on that. But I also like the fact that you said it has to be a playbook that's also tailored to the different countries. Pa Eddie,
I'll
your
keep it
closing
brief,
remark.
like 90 seconds. So I think we should focus on depth rather than breadth. Because I feel that there are multitudes of partnerships that we can do all across the world with different organizations and such, but we should focus on the few that will actually drive the outcome.
Yeah.
I mean, as a startup, right, we breathe and live the startup life on a daily basis. I think I would like to kind of close this by sharing we need to have commonality in ASEAN values as well when it comes to human capital, right? So there's one term that I use in my company. I call it SIFAT, S-I-F-A-T. right? So it means behavior,
Yeah.
right? So S stands for self-awareness, right? So we need to be self-aware in this kind of environment. You have to be able to grow. Self-awareness is number one. Then next is intellectual curiosity. That has to be taught sometimes.
Yes.
People are not accustomed to that, right? You have to be intellectually curious. And the F stands for fast learning capability.
Yes.
That's something that we need to
Yes.
develop over time. And then adaptability, with changes that happens all the time. And lastly, on teamwork. So maybe I'll close it with that. And if we have that commonality in terms of the human capital all across ASEAN, we should be set up for something great.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's a very good closing remark. So would like to thank all the great panelists on the stage, and hope it's productive for all of you as well. Thank you.
Please give another big round of applause for this session. Thank you to Shirley Santoso and all speakers, Mo Chong, Dr. Ilham Habibi, Eddie Tan, and Jeffrey Joe. Let's give a big smile to the camera. 3, 2, 1. One more. 3, 2, and 1. Again, thank you so much. There's several points that we get from that session. Definitely need to collaborate and commit to create an ASEAN talent hub. Especially there's certain issues that mentioned in the discussion. First, it's a migrant worker issues. 2, how to cope with the tech revolution. Focus on the industry and talents who can support and benefited by it. And the importance of education, especially STEM, and need a collaborative industries and education in ASEAN countries. And of course, need to be creative, up to date, agile, and of course, need to be innovative. So we still have more discussions, and also we have another presentations by 3 more ASEAN countries. So the next one, we will highlight the attractiveness of ASEAN as a destination for international investment and explore the opportunities, trends, and challenges associated with investing in the region. And later it will discuss factors such as strategic location, abundant resources, and favorable policies that make ASEAN appealing to global investors. And before the lunchtime, we had 3 presentations by Indonesia, Singapore, and Laos. And later on, we will have another 3 ASEAN countries to do the pitch presentation. We're still waiting to prepare for the next panel discussion. Okay, now, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome to the next panel discussion with the global investments into ASEAN. This panel will highlight the attractiveness of ASEAN as a destination for international investments and explore the opportunities, trends, and challenges associated with investing in the region. It will discuss factors such as strategic location, abundant resources, and favorable policies that make ASEAN appealing to global investors. The keynote will cover sectors that have seen significant foreign investments and provide examples of successful case studies, and also discuss the challenges of entering the ASEAN market, including regulatory frameworks and cultural nuances. The keynote will also emphasize the importance of the impact that global investors seek to make in the ASEAN region that will bolster its growth. with the title of Global Investments into ASEAN. This panel discussion joined by Dr. Robert Yap, Executive Chairman, YCH Group, Council Member ASEAN, back Singapore. Yoshiki Takeuchi, Deputy Secretary General, OECD. Wayne Farmer, President Canada ASEAN Business Council. Tony Wenas, Vice Chairman of Investment at Indonesian Chamber of Commerce and Industry, or KADIN, President Director of PT Freeport, Indonesia. And Jonathan Wong, Chief for Innovation Enterprise and Investment Trade Investment and Innovation Division of UN ASCAP. And this session will be moderated by Alpha JWC Ventures Vice President Marketing and Strategic Partnership, Cheryl Ng Darsan. Cheryl, the stage is yours.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for joining us. I'm Cheryl Ng Darshan from Alpha JWC. So I was telling this panel earlier on that we're going to have a tough job because this is a post-lunch panel session, but we'll do our best, right, gentlemen? Yeah? So we heard a lot today about, the might of the ASEAN talent pool. We've seen some investable projects presentation. And also, we discussed saying that sometimes, there were some articles going around saying also that maybe ASEAN is the next Silicon Valley. So Jonathan and Robert and Yoshiki-san, would you like to share a little bit more on that?
Well, it's a quick start. Well, yes, it's a bright future. Actually, it proves that ASEAN has been a big success. We all know that ASEAN now is the engine of the global economic growth. And why was it possible? Because this is the thing, we had lots of investment to ASEAN countries from all over the world. Why was it possible? Because every country did their best in the sense they wanted to have a good environment for global growth, and that succeeded. You gave numbers, and I can tell you that in the past 20 years, compared to the 20 years ago, the amount of global investment to this region is 9 times more than 20 years before. And as all of you know, that ASEAN is the region where that takes most of the global investment compared to other regions. But if you look at after the COVID, there are some problems. For example,
so we invest in smart logistics infrastructure, basically looking at how we can do a little bit of this, not just investment for money. Money is very important. I mean, we cannot be not profitable and still be doing it. But most important, with a purpose, right? So the purpose of how do we actually look at promoting inclusivity? How about looking at things like sustainability and so on? That is actually in the way that we invest. So while we invest, we actually bring everybody forward. In this business of ours, actually what's very important is that we felt that one of the big things in ASEAN, especially, where countries grow, there are always a lot of growing pains. So the growing pains are in the area of congestion. We all witness a lot of traffic congestions, pollution, and all the associated factors, right? Because of the way that when the ASEAN countries grow, there was not enough pre-thinking or pre-planning or even expectation that it's going to be growing so fast. So I think that has created a lot of bottlenecks. So we have invested a case example in Superport in Vietnam. So Vietnam Superport is one of ASEAN legacy project, which we call Smart Growth Connect. The idea is to put in a super infrastructure, all right, logistics, smart infrastructure, which is actually part of the ASEAN Smart Logistics Network, to be able to allow countries. So this first one is actually in Vietnam, and Vietnam is very right because of the timing of this shift in supply chain from China due to tension between China and US. So a lot of a shift of supply chain actually moved in majority to Vietnam. Vietnam is a big beneficiary of that. Of course, there are also spillover to other countries in Indonesia, Philippines, and so on. So when you look at that, all right, the idea of putting in a logistic infrastructure to allow Vietnam to be able to secure its position and take off in a lesser painful way in this growth, so that it doesn't grow with the kind of growing pain. So this is very, very important. At the same time, we're also looking at how to take that through. This is not just a Vietnam project, it's actually an ASEAN legacy project, right, which the ASEAN BAC, or Business Advisory Council, has launched in the year 2018. So we are already, right, the first phase of that project is already operational. Smart Logistics, ASEAN Smart Logistics Network, is already operational in Hanoi, in the Vinh Phuc province. So this is something that's very exciting. The next stage will be Cambodia and Indonesia and so on. The idea is to create what we call interconnected supply chain hub, right, to allow anyone to use ASEAN as a production base, ASEAN as a market, right? So the basic ingredients are we must be able to lower logistics costs and reach to the global market. So this is something that we are doing. And I find that ASEAN is in the right time for this kind of a infrastructure development. And at the same time, it's all very important because of the talent, which we spoke in the last session earlier on about talent. So talent is very important. How do we actually build the talent to be able to spur and grow with this kind of initiative? Thank you.
Very briefly, it's a topic close to my heart. I used to invest in startups. I now work for the UN. It's a story for another time. But you know, I've worked around the world, and in Africa, they'll be saying, "Oh, Kenya is the next Silicon Savannah." You know, my family's from Shenzhen, China. They will claim to be the next Silicon Valley. Yeah. So, on your question around whether ASEAN could be the next startup capital of the world and or region of the world, I think the point I would note is the importance of the ASEAN as a community. If you look at some of the biggest kind of tech startups, unicorns that have grown in the world, they've grown because they can first scale in a homogeneous market. So US, huge market, China, Alibaba, huge market. You know, and I think it's really important that ASEAN has that, you know, that commonality in policy, both be it education, be it how we do business, to allow the startups in ASEAN to have that chance to actually scale in the same way that other startups are scaled in kind of other economies who are now the unicorns. So I think that's really important. And I also think does ASEAN want to be the next Silicon Valley? You know, I think whatever ASEAN becomes in terms of the startup community must be ingrained in the context, the culture and values of ASEAN. So actually, I would say maybe ASEAN doesn't want to be the next Silicon Valley, but we can be, when I say we, sorry, I have roots in the region, but I speak on behalf of the UN, so I'll correct myself there. I think we can be a different version of Silicon Valley, and again, promote startups in a different way.
I like that. I like that, the suggestion that we could be another version, right? We don't have to follow what's been set. So just on that, then going on attractiveness, we know that ASEAN is an attractive region for investment, right? Because according to an ASEAN Council, a joint report between the ASEAN Council and the UN, ASEAN is only second to China in terms of FDI, right? And to show that, actually, there has been a 42% increment in FDI since 2019. My question on this is to Jonathan, Tony, and Wayne. How do you foresee that to continue? And also, what do you think global investors are looking at in terms of growth, emerging sectors, or maybe some markets? Don't be shy.
I can go first. Sure, absolutely. I mean, ASEAN is probably the fastest growing region in the planet with demographics that are attracting a lot of investment. You know, I would go back even further than 2019. You have upwards of approximately 800 million people, about 50% under the age of 30. A lot of increase in consumption and wealth being generated, growth. So all those sectors that target that, consumer businesses, food, agribusiness, logistics, has stood to benefit from that. But I'd like to differentiate investment, because you have investment by companies in growing their businesses, and then you have pure financial investment. And I think companies that have a longer-term view or do take a longer-term view and invest in the region for distribution, for access, for brands. That is continuing to develop, but I think in terms of pure financial capital, it's actually quite a challenging time to attract that into ASEAN. We have a lot of volatility around interest rates, around geopolitics, energy, and you also have a very big competition, particularly in the United States and Europe, on government subsidies to encourage investment back home. So in order to, ASEAN really needs to not only show that, hey, there are opportunities here, but they have to make it easy for investors and manage the perception of additional risk versus putting that capital into a home market and compete on that. But I think luckily the macro environment and demographics are there, and you will continue to see those outflows or those inflows into ASEAN. And I might also add Singapore. Tremendous amount of money has flowed into Singapore from all over. But the question I have is also, is that being deployed, or is it just becoming a depository for wealth in a safe haven? Because what we don't want to see is that money coming in and just sitting there. We want to make sure that it gets deployed, particularly within ASEAN and the region. So opportunity, but I think a little bit of a cloudy future in the short term.
Does anyone have a different weather forecast?
The weather in Singapore is very predictable, though.
So, if I may add to that, like, okay, first, we talk about this, like, yesterday event, in this morning event, there's so many speakers mentioning about the total foreign direct investment to ASEAN is like $224 billion, and, the economic growth of the average of the ASEAN countries is 5.6%. And also there's some other factors. The 700 million market is there in ASEAN and all that kind of stuff. But I will look at it from the investor point of view. What investor needs is basically, first of all, is stability. That's how I see it. Stability, political stability, security of the area, security stability. And then it comes with the economic growth of the countries, right? The stable economic growth, and then the other macroeconomic factors as well. So if you ask how the investor view about ASEAN, yes, it is a big market and the proximity to the bigger market as well, right? Compared to, sorry to say, about Europe and US, they have also big market, but the Asia market is huge, like with China, India, and the other countries. So ASEAN has a very good advantage in its location and all the stability that is being provided. The question is that enough or not? Maybe it's not enough. $224 billion. Is it big or is it small? Yes, there's a growth of that, right? You mentioned about like so many percent growth compared to 2019. And from last year, it grew like 5%. But how much money are there in the world? How much money available for investment? Like 20 trillion or 30 trillion US dollars maybe. So 224 billion is not that big. There's a potential to become bigger if the ASEAN countries do their homework, like infrastructure, the more stable politically and security as well, the red tapes, the tax break, incentives, and all that kind of stuff. At the end of the day, after the political stability and security stability, investors would like to know the bottom line is that how much money I'm going to make. Otherwise, because investment doesn't have a passport, it can go anywhere. It can easily go. But the thing is that whatever investment is made, it has to be a real investment. We expect not to have just like a portfolio investment. Like what my colleague said just now is that not only that, because it can fly right away after that. But if it's a real investment, and then it will have an advantage for the people as well, right? The societal advantage. That kind of investment that we need, the quality investment.
I mean, just to give it maybe a different perspective on this, questions of markets and sectors for global investors. Firstly, I'm a big advocate for when there's public and private alignment of strategy. And I think we heard yesterday 3 specific sectors. I think it was, excuse me, renewables, EV, and healthcare, which is something the ASEAN member states have focused on. So they will be around the sectors. Around potential markets and other areas, I think everyone talks about digital. And we all talk about digital. And as we all know, during the pandemic, our kids went to school online. We were all on Zoom, et cetera, et cetera. And we can't imagine what our lives would have been like if we didn't have access to the digital world. And I think a really striking statistic going beyond ASEAN is that in the Asia-Pacific region, there are over 4 billion people. Over 2 billion don't have access to the digital world. And that is striking for me. And I think as a global investor, and having invested in the past before I joined the UN, I don't think we should see this as like a development challenge, as the UN would describe it. It's a business opportunity. If 2 billion people don't have access to the internet, business opportunity. And one other point I would raise, I'm not going to call it a sector, is investing in women. And we did some analysis, and we do a lot of work around gender equality, particularly around investing. And our estimation is that in the Asia-Pacific region, investing for women's equality could add up to $4.5 billion, or 12% of GDP, to Asia-Pacific by 2025. And with all the countries facing economic slump post-pandemic, I don't think women are a dividend that any country can miss. And again, this is not a gender equality issue. It makes business sense to invest in women. And it's not lost on me, Cheryl, apart from you. You're sat with a group of men here, and this is not symptomatic of this panel. I've seen it upstairs, I've seen it at other events, and I think that's a challenge to us all, really, be it the private sector, the governments in Asia-Pacific, the UN, to actually address that change and unlock the potential of actually gender lens investing and investing in women. Thank you.
I like that you pointed that out. But then with that, I'd like to segue into the next question, which is then, since we're talking about challenges and opportunities, is there anything that Yoshiki-san and Robert and Wayne, you would like to add on what are the challenges, really? Because I'm seeing this as half full, but it seems like there's some glass half empty.
Yeah, I think, well, anything worthwhile to do, there are always challenges. So you look at half full, I look at half empty. I think it's a bit, it's a bit of a dichotomy. What I feel is that I think there are more challenges, more opportunities than challenges. The challenges has been there all the time, and challenges are improving, meaning it's better. Yeah, it's not worse. If you look at ASEAN 10 years ago, I think you would not imagine the kind of progress that's been made over the years. Investments in land, especially. When you invest in land, you normally need quite a number of approvals. You need also the local partnership. So one of the challenges is how to find a good local partner that can also be partnering you for a long term. One of my colleagues spoke just now on this case about investing in something that is more long term, investing something real. So investing in something that can be symbiotic with the country. All right, so you grow with the company, with the country as you grow. I think these are very important things. So things like infrastructure, things like how do you actually look at improving lives of the people, how you bring talent, development, digitalization, IT, and so on to move up basically the people that you need to employ and train so that they can man those infrastructure in the long term. I think these are very important initiatives that I find will continue to be opportunities, right, rather than challenges. Right? The challenge is that it's not available now. Not enough is available now. So on the flip side, it's an opportunity. So we can actually put in our effort and bring these people up. I think that's the idea. And the big challenges in ASEAN today is many countries have very high logistics costs. So the logistics kind of a connectivity, which is not as connected as what we would like, is affecting the way that ASEAN can progress, right, in this part of the global value chain. So I think very important to tackle the root. That's why we are actually fighting it right at the heart of the problem to see how we can tackle this by creating smart logistics infrastructure to plug ASEAN into the global value chain, right? So by doing that, we hope to bring down logistics costs. We hope to improve time to market, so more manufacturing can be happening in this part of the world, and that will spur consumption and allow the ASEAN economic story to continue. Thank you.
Yoshiki-san?
Well, thank you very much. What are the challenges? Well, actually...
Opportunities or challenges?
Eh?
Opportunities, challenges?
Opportunities. Yes, challenges are opportunities. Opportunities provide challenges. But in any case, OECD is known for what we are doing our best is trying to have better policies for better lives. So, do this FDI provides better lives for your people? That is the basic question. Yes, we have succeeded in ASEAN region, but we need to think more about values, value creation, and sustainable development. Is the FDI helping green? Is the FDI helping sustainable economy? That is the basic question, and that is the challenge. And for example, ASEAN countries, we had some discussion in the other sessions that we are now facing climate change, right? So we are the region that we need to deal with the climate change. But is the FDI helping climate change? Is the FDI helping the green economy? That is the challenge I see. Because if you look at the numbers, the CO2 emission per unit of output, compare it between foreign investment and domestic investment. You might think that foreign investment are more energy conscious. It might not, it's not always the case. Better do something with it. So there are some kind of a policy, how to say, encouragement is needed in order to make sure, of course, it's the money, it's the, how to say, wages, but at the same time, better lives. The FDI is costing better lives. I think that is the challenge and opportunity. Thank you very much.
I would say the glass is half full, not half empty. But certainly, I think as Robert mentioned, ASEAN has improved as an investor destination tremendously over the last couple of decades. It's not without challenges, but it's certainly the interest there. In my role as president of the CABC, we have over 70 members now of medium to large size Canadian companies that represent about 40 or so different industries. So planning events can be a little bit challenging for the team. But that just goes to show that there's a tremendous interest across many different sectors, whether it's architecture, whether it's infrastructure, logistics, consumer, food, healthcare, energy, that there are the opportunities here in the markets to go into. I think one of the challenges is probably around education. When investors look at ASEAN, they sometimes fail to realize initially it is not one big market. It is it's 10 countries within ASEAN of very different size and economic size and political and legal backgrounds. And they need to pick which countries and which industries reflect their investment thesis, and that can be pretty difficult. I do agree with Robert that the best challenge or the best thing to approach investing in ASEAN period, and particularly in emerging market ASEAN, is finding the right partner to work with, because that's what's going to protect you as an investor. And usually the local partners that you work with are very long-term investors, obviously dedicated to their home markets, and those are the types of people that you want to invest in and alongside, and can build longer-term partnerships and businesses alongside them. So, yeah, I think it's a complex market, but there's definitely lots of opportunities across industries. And two of the things that come up particularly lately are really food security and energy security. Been a lot of volatility with recent events politically, geopolitically, and those have a very direct impact on the lives of people, which has been mentioned, and that is a tremendous area of potential investment to improve that for peoples of ASEAN, as well as making a good commercial, return on your investment.
So if I add to that, so I think one of the challenges is that since many of the investment is now basically on digitalization, energy transition, the healthcare and food security and others, but specifically for digitalization and also energy transition, the challenge is that I think ASEAN, we have to increase our skilled labor. So the investors would love to have to come to have the skilled labor to do the job. So this is also an opportunity for investment in education, and try to increase to make a skilled labor, vocational training, and other sectors. So I think it is very important to have a more available skilled labor in ASEAN countries.
I just want to come back to a point. I think Tony and Wayne, you mentioned that FDI is one thing. What is the impact? And Yoshiki-san actually brought up the buzzword, value creation. So I come from Alpha JWC, right? We're a VC firm. So we always believe that capital injection is just the first step, right? So we provide value creation to increase our founders' chances of success. But Yoshiki-san did also say that when it comes to FDI, how do we harness that impact? How do we make sure that impact is delivered? Anyone have any idea?
I would suggest, Jennifer, on investor, because one of the things my job in Kadin, in Indonesian Chamber of Commerce, is try to attract investment into the country. I would advise first is that the investors should try to prioritize the downstreaming. The downstreaming process means it will create more add value addition to the whatever products they're going to produce, whether it's in mining sector, in the agriculture sectors, on whatever sector, a further downstreaming will create more value. And second is that the inclusive approach. Inclusive approach means that you will have to be able to involve the community surrounding that, which are the MSMEs, basically. Inclusive approach, will have, because I believe that no company can prevail in a community that fail. So by that, in addition to that, also kind of like commitment to the green investment, right? Because the world need the green investment right now. So we have to improve ourselves, or we have to scale up in making a green investment into the country. For example, like, yesterday, Mr. Minister Bahlil mentioned about the growth of the EV investment grew like 570%. And for the renewable energy increase 240%, means this is also a good thing, a good sign that, the green investment is also something like very attractive. And the last thing is that to structure such investment in a broad societal advantage, like it has multiplier effect to the people, and also not only for the investor itself, but at the end of the day, it's creating value for the stakeholders.
I would say for investors, whether it's GPs like yourself and myself, the issue of impact is becoming a lot more embedded in everything that we do, because it's being driven by our LPs. You look at the pension funds, the endowments, the family offices that give fund managers the capital to invest. They are asking for requirements around sustainability, around impact on communities, gender equality as well, environment, the list goes on and on and on. And I think investors are very conscious of, and corporate investors as well, are very conscious that they need to make an impact where they are investing, and it's not just about buying commodities and shipping them somewhere else for value-added processing. I mean, it's a common theme not only in ASEAN, but even in my home country of Canada, where we're known for commodities. We too have the same desire to capture more of that value chain locally. And it does require having an educated labor force. It does require, in some cases, certain government incentives or guidelines, or at least clarity of public policy with regards to whatever industry that you're in to make that happen. And so I think that is creeping more naturally into the investment sort of process than perhaps a few decades ago, just by sheer weight of all these processes driving it.
Well, thank you very much. How do you numericate the value of foreign direct investment? Very difficult. You can, of course, count the number of jobs. You can, of course, how much money came in. But for example, a foreign direct investment, the share of women hired in the foreign direct investment is higher compared to the domestic industry. That means with the foreign direct investment, gender equality is improving. But how can you numericate that? So there are lots of difficult things. And that's the reason why OECD is promoting responsible business conduct, corporate governance, by trying to, restrict, in a sense, have a good discussion with the corporate companies, in what way you do your business. That, in the end, will bring in the result of a higher value for the recipient countries. I think that's the one way of trying to make sure that foreign direct investment actually brings better lives for the people. Right. Thank you.
So with that then, we spoke about, talent, community and all, and even I think one of you mentioned, governments, policymakers, regulations. So, and also we know that ASEAN is one region, but 10 countries. What would you say to global investors, right? How would you advise them to look at ASEAN in a different lens when it comes to investing in ASEAN?
Maybe. Wayne, you want to go first? Go ahead. Okay. So I just wanted, I've always been asked this question because diversity of ASEAN, is it an advantage or disadvantage? So a lot of people will say because of the diversity, it's very hard to organize, very hard to move together. I think that, to me, is not the correct answer. I feel that the diversity is actually an advantage, right? Because we are in different areas or different levels of investment. Development. So it's good for us to be able to harness and leverage each other, comparative advantage. So for example, in the smart logistics infrastructure that I'm talking about. So we chose Vietnam because we think Vietnam is more ready, right? Vietnam population and the opportunity of the shift from China, Vietnam is the nearest neighbor and definitely benefit, so we move in there on that basis. Then we have other investment coming in Cambodia and all the rest, depending basically on the way that we see how the waves move, right? In terms of the demand, the pending demand, and what is needed for that country to move. So we could time that and then work it out, but it's actually the same concept, but taken to 10 different countries at different time and readiness. So you read the pain points. As a businessman, we cannot be everywhere, right? We can't boil the whole ocean, but what we can do is look at what the opportunities, the pain points are there, opportunities are there. We invest, we will move into a country, and then we replicate and move it on to the other countries. So all together, the ASEAN region can move as a region. Right? So another one about talent is that last week I was in Hanoi. My Prime Minister, Singapore Prime Minister, went and then met up with the Vietnamese Prime Minister, basically to share the diplomatic relation, the 50th anniversary, 50 years of good diplomatic relations. So one of the things that we announced there was the fact that YCH, which is the company I represent, YCH Group, we actually went in to sign the MOU with the provincial government of Windhoek, which is one of the growing province, to train 500 logistics professionals, to train for them, 500 in Singapore. So we will actually take them in, bring them in, train them 9 months in Singapore, and allow them to move back to be able to run along those career path, right? So the entire thing is about moving and upskilling, reskilling them so that they can take this in the longer term and move. This is something that's very interesting. At the same time, about SME development. We start as a transport company. We are 68 years in the business, all right? Don't look at me. I think I'm second generation, by the way. So 68 years in the business, we started a transport company. Obviously, we know how to run transport companies, but we chose that in the countries that we go in, where the ecosystem allow, we will work with the SMEs. So we have, like, even here in Indonesia, we move susu mineral all over Indonesia. We have easily 30 partners, SMEs, that work with us to deliver every day thousands of trucks across the entire Indonesia. And we do that also in Vietnam, in Malaysia, and so on. So the idea of doing that is to be able to bring everybody along with us, right? To be able to pass them the skills in running transportation company, in looking at how they can upskill their people together with us and grow together. So that's how actually we look at it from that point of view.
Tony?
So, like I mentioned earlier, I think what advice should I give? What we are talking here right now is basically the overall about the ASEAN. But when somebody wants to make an investment before he decides, he needs to go into the detail of each country. Because, you know, we have to understand that each country has their own regulation, has their own incentive facilities and others. So that's, but the utmost that, like I mentioned earlier, is that how the investment should be. I would advise the investor to, like I said earlier, to involve the local people, to involve the SMEs, so that they can stay longer there, they can go further together with the people. So that's the bottom line, in addition to all the microeconomics factor and all that kind of operational and all the technical issues that they have to face.
So we have a few more minutes left, so I just want to go back to the point that Tony made earlier to all our panelists here. How can we grab more of that pie? Because Tony said, you know, 42% increment, sure, we could do better. So how can we do better to grab more of that pie? Maybe we'll start with you, Tony, since you set the tone for that.
I mentioned earlier because ASEAN countries now are building infrastructure. But is that enough? No, we have to build more infrastructure to make the investor be more attractive to the country. We need to train our labor to scale up them. We need to have a much better policies, much better taxation and incentives for the investor. Because what we need is that the investor to come. It's not about taxing them in front, but the multiplier effect is the more important thing. So, and all the other necessity that we have to make is that to make all the policy more investment friendly. So I think we still have a homework we can improve that. Of course, we can improve that so that the investment will come more into the ASEAN countries.
Jonathan?
I think the guys from ASEAN can answer this much better than me, so I'm just learning from them. So I'll hand back.
Anyone of the panelists want to add on to that?
Sure. I mean, I totally agree with what you're saying. A lot of stuff comes up in dialogue with our members. You know, there is a lot of uneven rules amongst the different ASEAN countries in terms of investment protection rules, taxation, restrictions on investment, and in many countries there's a negative list that you are forced to have majority shareholders, even though you're expected to bring all the capital and all the know-how. So I think it's improved for certain, but I think some of the a more uniform approach to some of these issues, what I think would help, particularly when you're an investor coming to look at the region and wanting to take advantage of the scale of the growth here, which is something that people would like to see. ASEAN has taken some steps. I mean, there's digital initiatives ongoing within ASEAN to have a common framework around digital transactions and issues of data privacy and all that. I'd encourage ASEAN to keep working on those and do more of that. And I think it would help attract more of that FDI.
Yoshiki-san?
Well, yes, I respect the diversity of ASEAN countries and what they can do more, because I'm not in a position to speak on behalf of the business, but I think what is very important is the transparency, predictability of the regulations. That's number one. At the same time, we should not do, race to the bottom, but we should do race to the top. In that sense, we must, for example, in the case of tax incentives, it must be well targeted. Just cutting taxes in order to invite capitals, in the end, no one will win because it's race to the bottom. But if all the countries introduce policies that, incentivizes climate-friendly policies, that is race to the top. So I think a transparent, predictable, and well-targeted policy is very needed. Thank you.
I just want to do a little bit of advertisement for ASEAN Back. I think, you know, events like this is organized by ASEAN Back, the Business Investment Summit, is to really allow businesses also to share their pain point and allow also policymakers, that's why we invite the government in too, to be able to see the pain of basically of businesses. At the same time, like transparency, you mentioned about transparency, so that we all know what's happening. So if you have issues that are burning in you, that you want to take it out, please engage the ASEAN Business Affairs Council, or even through your own council. We are not just among the ASEAN countries, we have ASEAN Plus, right? Canada, ASEAN, China, ASEAN, US, ASEAN, UK, ASEAN, and so on. So we have all those platforms to be able to connect. So it's very important that we also bring your pain points up so that we can then all move together. So this is not about competition, this is actually about collaboration. If the better we do together, all of us win. Right? If we go the other way around, then we are going to fight to the bottom, like what my colleague here mentioned. So I think it's very important for us to take that. This is a very interesting platform. So we hope to see you every year from now on to be more active.
And I would like to comment, if you're going to make a plug for ASEAN Back, I'll make a plug for Canada ASEAN Business Council. I would say a lot of we're a private sector driven organization to represent Canadian, primarily Canadian business in this region, but also ASEAN business into Canada, which is at an increase as well. But in terms of interest in the region, right now Canada and ASEAN are actively negotiating a free trade agreement. And Canada and Indonesia are also actively negotiating a bilateral trade agreement. So I think from our perspective that putting these agreements in place, they themselves become a catalyst for increased investment and awareness of the region and the opportunities set here. So we hope to see those concluded soon, although they do take a while. But I thought I'd point that out as an example that agreements like that do act, and there's a tremendous amount of interest. I think ASEAN probably has a queue. I know the EU, the UK, others are very actively pursuing similar agreements in the region, and it's all to, again, promote business ties and as well as foreign investment to support that.
But Tony, you...
Yeah, I'd like to add to that is that, again, the regional cooperation, we need to increase the cooperation and harmonizing probably the regulation and try to make a framework, which we did already. We have the ASEAN Comprehensive Investment Agreement, but I think we can do more about that. And the idea of having the ASEAN Economic Community as well. So it has to be formalized in a more practical way so that the investor will look at that and then feel comfortable in investing in ASEAN.
Well, thank you, gentlemen, and Robert and Wayne. Thank you for the plug. You know where to find them later on if you have some questions. And I think after discussing, at the end of it, we're all seeing it as glass half full. Thank you for your time, and thank you, everyone, for staying with us.
Please give a big round of applause to all speakers and our moderator. Thank you again to Cheryl and all panelists, Dr. Robert Yap, Yoshiki Takeuchi, Wayne C. Farmer, Tony Wenas, and Jonathan Wong. And now, for the photo op. Please all gather in the front. Okay. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. Okay, one more time. Give a big smile. 3, 2, and 1. Again, please give a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. Again, this is a time to make ASEAN attractive for getting investments. Infrastructure and talent are the major sectors that need to be boosted, and ASEAN needs to make it easy for investors, especially about the perception, expectation, and risk. And of course, political stability, red tapes, tax reform, and incentives are the highlight element that needs to be prioritized as well. And also the importance of the long-term investment, and also is FDI helping green economy, and of course, how to maintain the upskilled labor, including vocational training. And the final message, it's not a competition, but a collaboration. Okay, now, ladies and gentlemen, it is time, as mentioned before, a special presentation, which is investable projects in ASEAN. So before lunchtime, we had Indonesia, Singapore, and Laos. And this time, each country will be given 50 minutes to do a power pitch to share comprehensive insights into its potential, market positioning, investment requirements, and more importantly, a great impact for each ASEAN country. So now, let's welcome on stage a special presentation with the title of Investment Opportunity in Wangchan Valley from Thailand. Let's welcome on stage Sonklin Ploimi, Deputy Secretary General Thailand Board of Investment, EECI, Wangchan Valley.
So, good afternoon, everybody. So, somebody of you may meet me again today. Yesterday, I'm on the stage. But today, I will present about the project that is ready, not only for Thailand, but it is for ASEAN countries. So, every country can utilize this project. So, I will start. First of all, I would like to point out that Wangchan, you know that name, is the name of the place that the project is located. The meaning is the palace of the moon palace. So the meaning is good, but it is not far. It is about 2 hours half driving from Bangkok to Wangchan Valley, you know. And this project is designed, you know, just for develop the advanced infrastructure for innovation and technology development. It is in the eastern part of Thailand, which is the industrial area for very important industry like petrochemical, automotive industry, machinery, and also food processing. So I start with this one, you know. I don't want to say much about the strength or potentials of Thailand, but I would like to touch only comprehensive infrastructure, you know, because it is related or linked to the project or Wangchan Valley project. Because Thailand is seen as, you know, the country that has advanced infrastructure to welcome investment in high technology or even for the research and development. That is why it is the reason that we have Wangchan Valley project, because Wangchan Valley project is the project to develop infrastructure and facility and also human resources. So I come back to the project, EEC project. If you don't know EEC, EEC stands for Eastern, this means eastern part of Thailand, and Economic Corridor. So it means the corridor in the eastern part of Thailand is the corridor for economic development and technology development. And this project is very important for Thailand. And not for Thailand, as I mentioned. It is important for ASEAN countries as well, because this project is designed to develop advanced technology, advanced infrastructure to welcome the high technology industry. We have set the target industry to be in the EEC area. For example, we talked about this industry for yesterday as well: wellness, health, and medical, you know, and automation, digital industry. So this is all the advanced industry that we welcome to this area. That is why the Thai government has set up this project. We spend a lot of budget to build up the advanced infrastructure in the eastern part of Thailand. And the project has divided into 2 phases. You know, the first one, you know, it is infrastructure. It means we are trying to, you know, build up the high-speed railway system, and also we built the airport in the eastern part of Thailand, and also 2 deep sea ports, it means Lam Chabang and Maptaput. So this is the infrastructure that we are running in this area. And during COVID-19, this project has delayed, because we don't have, the workers to work under the project. But now the project has coming to start again. So, and the second phase is, is the one that Wangchan Valley project is, in this phase, And the second phase, we are decided, the promoted zone for welcome investment. The promoted zone is mean we are designed for, specific industry and specific purpose, What is that mean? You see this one, this is the second phase. We are designed the promoted zone for very special industry. For example, EECG, the first one, is the EEC that is designed for health and well-being. So this one is for biotechnology, medical, and maybe smart agriculture as well. And EECD is mean EEC for digital industry. And EEC MD is mean EEC for medical industry. But, on the right-hand side, you will see the second one is ECI. So it means the EEC for innovation. So this is the Wangchan Valley project, and it is designed to promote innovation and upgrade modern technology to be practical. That means it can be research and development at the different level, especially for the level that it is the pilot scale before commercialized. And this is the industry that is welcome and very suitable for setting up in the EEC. So you will see the health, advanced agriculture, medical, and also decarbonization, also 5G digitalization. This is all the industry that, just example. So, and this Wangchan Valley in detail, I will tell you, it is, Wangchan Valley is a project starting from 2016, so many years ago. And, it is the cooperation with the private sector and public sector. The private sector is PTT. You will know that this is the big company, the group of companies that, doing business in oil and gas. It's the big group in Thailand. And also, NSTDA is mean the National Science and Technology Development Agency. So it is the organization, the public organization that is take care of development of science and technology. So they cooperate, the PTT will be responsible for infrastructure development. But for NSTDA, they will, be responsible for research and development. So they separate the function. And in the Wangchan Valley, it is designed, in 3 development zones. This Wangchan Valley, you can call smart city, because why we have divided into 3 zones. Smart city in Wangchan Valley, you will see the smart environment, smart people, smart living, and also smart economy, smart governance. It's already there. Wangchan Valley has already started, has the operation at the moment. And we are divided into 3 development zones. The first zone is education zone. What's the meaning of education zone? Education zone, it means we are sitting there to produce the high-skilled workforce for the company that doing activity or business in Wangchan Valley. So we are decided here to have the university or technical school to produce human resource and high-skilled workforce in this area. And when you produce the workforce, you need to have work for them. So we have the second zone, innovation zone, just, for research and development. So you produce the researcher and you have a job for them. So they're just working there for research and development. And the third zone is the community zone. It means when we have work for them, they have to live there. So we just design, just build the facility infrastructure in order that the researcher will living there happily. So this is all in Wangchan Valley and already start, And you will see a lot of equipment, a lot of infrastructure like 5G infrastructure, it's already there. You will have smart grid, electricity, and the clean and green energy will be utilized in Wangchan Valley. And this is just example of the project that you will see that, for example, Smart Manufacturing Center. What is the Smart Manufacturing Center? This is for the company that would like to develop technology and would like to, doing R&D in this area. So you can use this center in Wangchan Valley or even, intelligent operation center. This can be the greenhouse, can be the plant factory, this is smart agriculture. Or even for automotive industry, you can be use the proving ground in this area in Wangchan Valley, And the last one is human resource development, that is the university that is designed to produce the science and technology workforce. And this come back to Thailand Board of Investment. It is the organization that I work for, They are the one that has the responsibility to promote investment in Thailand. And they promote investment by granting incentive, you see. And besides promote investment, we also, BOI is the connector. So we are the one that connect, the company or investor to Wangchan Valley. So the request of the company or any organization can be, contact BOI, and BOI will be the coordinator for you and respond to the request of the company. And this just example that we are going to do some other project in other part of Thailand. Maybe in the north, in the northeastern part, and in the south, it is the same as, Eastern Economic Corridor. We will have, another project in the near future. And this is the benefit that I will show you that if you are, doing R&D or any activity in Wangchan Valley, what are you going to get? The first one is you will get exemption, for import duty or corporate income tax from BOI. That means you get promoted with the maximum incentive, 13 years. This is the maximum that our law can grant to investor. And besides incentive, also you can get smart visa or long-term visa. What is the special, for long-term and smart visa? It means the expert or researcher, foreign researcher and foreign expert that work in Wangchan Valley can apply for smart visa, can apply for long-term visa. It is visa that can get 4 years to 10 years visa. Not only the researcher or expert, the family of those people or those professionals can get this kind of visa as well. And, besides that, you have one-stop service to help, the company that has the activity in Wangchan Valley. So this is just example of the project that is already running at the moment and very welcome, for the ASEAN country to utilize this facility, because the first objective is just to decide to welcome investment to Thailand, and also it decided to be the innovation center for the ASEAN country. So, and this I give the details of incentive in Wangchan Valley, just for some of you if you want to study more about the incentive in this area. So, that is all about Wangchan Valley, the Eastern Economic Corridor of Innovation. Thank you very much.
Please give another big round of applause to Son Clean Ploy Me. And now let's move to the next presentation with the title of Transforming Healthcare Southeast Asia's First Healthcare and Wellness City. From Malaysia, let's welcome Dato Sri Dr. Vincent Tew, Executive Director, KL Wellness City.
Just 1 second. Okay, a very good afternoon, everyone. My name is Vincent. I'm representing Malaysia, and it's my honor, and I'm very grateful to be selected by our Malaysia Investment Development Authority as one of the company, or the company that's going to be presenting and sharing today. Well, in Malaysia, we have actually really ongoing, embarking a lot of growth and development and a lot of iconic projects. But this time around, I guess MIDA, under our MITI ministry, has chosen us to share something that's a bit palatable. Okay, so what we are building over here is actually, what you're seeing is actually the perspectives of what this development is going to be. It's 11 hectares, about 26.5 acres of land in KL, Kuala Lumpur, not in any other states, all right? So we are actually, this township itself is actually one of the nearest, or the nearest location in terms of proximity as well as in terms of driving distance from our Kuala Lumpur International Airport. And yes, what we are building over here is a 360 integrated ecosystem of healthcare and wellness. A lot of doctors and medicals, pharmaceutical groups from overseas and in Malaysia, when they come over to our gallery, which we built a very massive, impressive gallery itself, readily at Bukit Jalil in Kuala Lumpur, they actually call and say that, Vincent, you are actually building a medical city. No, I say, no, we are doing a wellness city itself. So it's actually from during and post-treatments, and medical, etc. all that. So let me very quickly point out that in this perspectives over here, there are several buildings, and if you see the high-rise, it's about 40 over story. Okay? Now, very quickly, a quick facts about Malaysia. Didn't have much chance to share, but our population is rather small. It's only about 32.9 million. And we're pleased that under our Prime Minister, we have actually slowly climbed and moved out on our GDP per capita, US about $11,950. And trade connectivity, about 12 position, second in Southeast Asia, and ease in doing business, second in ASEAN, and competitiveness in one of the latest reports, also second in ASEAN, and that makes us quite proud that we are quite a nice people, all right? And definitely moving forward, if you look at some of the data on behalf of our very stable government right now in Malaysia, we have progressed tremendously from since 2018, 2019, 2020, despite COVID, etc. In 2022, our real GDP growth, it's charted at 8.7% with a per capita income of $11,950 I mentioned. And steadily, we have crossed the 100 billion US dollar for our reserves. Okay, moving forward, this is what a lot of our panelists and speakers have been sharing today. And yes, I'm pleased that ASEAN within this Southeast Asia itself is the fastest growing economic region in the world. Now let's look at Malaysia. Malaysia healthcare. When I spoke earlier, I managed to catch our Indonesia's Minister of Health when I mentioned that I'm building a healthcare city, a wellness city itself. We are in healthcare, we run hospitals, we own, and we're going to do all this. And he said, wow, yes, you know, you're a little bit different, and perhaps you use that better than Indonesia. Well, I could only say that yes, more than 67% of medical tourists that comes to Malaysia are actually Indonesians, okay? Now, so the Malaysian healthcare expenditure in Malaysia was valued at about USD 14.3 billion and expected to grow to 90 billion ringgit. That's about close to 20 billion US dollar by 2026 with a CAGR of 6.2% growth. Now, interestingly, when we look at the Malaysia Healthcare Travel Council, Tourism Council, forecast the revenue received from Malaysia's medical tourism. Now, medical tourism is quite unique in Malaysia. We are extremely proud. Why do I say that? Well, generally speaking, in the public hospital and private hospitals in Singapore, generally more than 40% of the specialist doctors themselves are actually Malaysians or ex-Malaysians, eventually become Singaporeans. The level of medical health care and the doctors, the specialists, and the equipment itself in Malaysia is pretty good. It's quite all right, okay? that also makes sense why year after year we are keeping on increasing, getting lots of medical tourists, not just from China, Singapore, and the other countries, but primarily from Indonesia, going to Penang, Malacca, and also Kuala Lumpur itself. Moving forward, I'll be a bit chasing of time because I really put a lot of things over here. Internationally and globally and regionally, there's a lot of healthcare groups and investment fund house that comes to Malaysia and keep on acquiring. Recently, there's a big surge in the last 24 months. The Singaporeans are really coming in whatever ways to try to take over and buy a lot of stakes in our hospital groups in Malaysia itself. And a lot of reports have been sharing about that. And I would just like to share that it is unique that in medical tourism for Malaysia itself, what we have embarked on in this case, where I'm representing KL Wellness City as the company director, the shareholders in KL Wellness Cities are primarily medical doctors. All right? So it's a city that's built by doctors for doctors itself. In KL Wellness City itself, where it's actually an integrated city, I'll show a little bit more info about that, and I'd like the video speaks on my behalf itself. It's actually, when we started drawing this whole city itself, we actually follow the definition of this, we call it the Global Wellness Institute's Wellness Real Estate. It's a carefully master plan, carefully designed right from the start. The 26.5 acres integrates together physically and in terms of infrastructure and the services, the soft skill, the softwares itself. And yes, we are a hospital group, we are a healthcare group, we manage and run our group of hospitals itself. Okay, moving on, a little bit quick milestone. Well, the company was an SPV that was set up because all this while in the whole Malaysia, we'll be owning and building hospitals, and one of our last hospitals, we actually, in Malaysia, we sold it off to a Singaporean group. It got listed, it's called Tropicana Medical Center, and then we sold it to Mr. Peter Lim of Singapore, and he renamed it to Thomson Hospital. Moving forward, we've been looking high and low and searching high and low for a big sizable land for us to have a lot of components, and eventually we found one at Bukit Jalil, which is exactly just a couple of minutes, less than 10 minutes or 5 minutes away from where? From KL Sports City, where all the stadiums and the concerts and the stadiums are indoor and outdoor. And fast forward, pandemic was a great year for us, quote unquote, because it is where the Malaysian government realized that all this while, it is where they have been controlling and so carefully, strictly controlled the issuance of private hospital license in Malaysia. Finally, they realized they need good, strong hospital groups to continue to develop and catapult Malaysia's healthcare growth itself. So eventually, we started construction, and as of today, in September 2023, in this whole city, one of the components is the International Tertiary Hospital. We have started the construction more than a year. All right, so we are finishing with the earthwork and piling, and I'll show an update in a little while. Now, a quick one. Over here, bit distance, to give an idea, we are sandwiched between two airports. If you fly to Malaysia, there's a Subang Airport. Subang Airport is our old airport, but it does serve and flies to Singapore. All right, so we are about like 18 kilometers away. That's about like 30 minutes of driving distance. From Kuala Lumpur International Airport, that's about 45 to 50 kilometers away. A very comfortable 40 minutes drive away. All right, and yes, we are also about 20 odd minutes from KL, Kuala Lumpur, the Twin Tower, Petronas Twin Tower. Now, in Kuala Lumpur Structural Plan 2020, why we decided not to park our project outskirt, move it 50, 100 or 150 kilometers away from the city center. And why do we still maintain our position in the capital city of the Malaysia itself? Because everything in Malaysia happens in Kuala Lumpur. You can be the best, the biggest in Penang, the biggest and best in Sabah. Eventually, everyone moves, and migration-wise, everyone and locally and for foreigners will go to Kuala Lumpur. And coincidentally, our land, when we start embarking and choosing this spot itself, in the Kuala Lumpur Structural Plan itself, we are located within the international zone. Okay, just a quick overview picture. Now, the plot of design, bear with me on this design. What is in this city, briefly, there will be assisted living, residence and tower. There's none in whole Malaysia. There are several thousand units of carefully designed retirement resorts. Senior living, I'm using the terminology of Ministry of Health in Malaysia. And it's integrated. There are hundreds of medical clinics that doctors can privately own, just like in doctors in Singapore, Hong Kong, or Australia. But in Malaysia, specialist doctors don't get a chance to own the clinics. So they can't build business legacy and move on and go for IPO and growth and all that. But we are changing the game. We are changing the industry. The doctors, our shareholders, are now doing it for the doctors of whole entire Malaysia itself. And of course, moving on, there'll be a lot of doctors from the other regions that will be coming over as well. I'm going to play a quick manifesto video so that you have a little bit understanding what was inside the mind of our shareholders who are all doctors. Remember, they are not businessmen. They are real specialist doctors who are building this 11 hectares of project in Kuala Lumpur.
Imagine a city dedicated to healthcare and wellness, where healthy living as we know it is reborn in a new light. This is KL Wellness City. Located in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, a nation with a rapidly growing medical tourism sector, and now home to the first healthcare and wellness city in Southeast Asia. An international tertiary hospital with centers of excellence and frontier technologies. It's where a network of diverse wellness specialists converge and collaborate as a wellness community, enhanced by information technology and data analytics. Flanked by luxurious wellness suites and service apartments. With direct access to a 24-hour concierge for nursing and medical services, making it an ideal place to be a home, away from home. For both those who seek the calm and those with an active lifestyle. MSC Status Business Suites that will further enhance and elevate your businesses. Located in the rapidly flourishing and highly accessible Bukit Jalil, making it easy to get to and irresistibly hard to leave. This is KL Wellness City. Here's to new beginnings. Here's to wellness.
Okay, so that's a quick introduction of the video about this project. Now, of course, Malaysia's healthcare, we have a couple of advantages here. Affordability, world-class facilities, accessibility, global halal hub, tourist haven. Also, there's a couple of points that a lot of few countries share that. And recently, we have been approached also under the President Jokowi's efforts of trying to position Sanur itself, and we will be one of the key players that will contribute. And why? Because we are world ranking in our medical setups and centers and all that, and we will support also this effort. Now, moving on, so what is there am I pitching today? The international hospital that we're building is only 1,000 beds. Private international hospital in Malaysia. 1,000 beds is not big, it's not large, but it's double the second largest top big hospital in Malaysia, private hospital. We will have 22 operating theaters. That's like taking the top 2 and top 3 hospitals, private add together, the operating theaters, and you have like 22, which we are building and have a capacity of 22. In this city, the difference is over here. So we are breaking it into 2 phases. So we're keeping the cost low and it's carefully designed with no luxury like having a government-linked companies, control companies, and having the kind of luxury of building like have an unlimited pocket of expenditure itself. So we're very careful in an entire investment. In total, it's about 1,000 beds that we're building, opening and hospital completion targeted at 2025, opening in 2026. What's the fund requirement here? The fund requirement is simplified. It's a mere 20% stake in the international hospital, a 20% stake for only approximately $48 million US. That's about it. Okay, so I'm not here talking about economic zone. I'm not here talking about big infrastructure project with 00, 000, 7 zeros or behind the millions and all that. Only a very simple 20% stake. And this is the only way where foreigners and partners, if you are out of Malaysia, that's a good way to come into a private healthcare, a private hospital group to be our strategic actual shareholders itself. So I'm just giving a quick brief and overview itself. Of course, I've prepared the deck. It's a little bit more than enough. Yes, conservatively, the hospital, once operational in 2026, we are targeting for an IPO exit in 2031. So we have a very clear-cut plan administered and planned by KPMG itself, with an IRR of exit about 28% of return, okay? Upon the potential investment return equity IRR about 28% in the year 2031. I'll touch on more to that when you get in touch with me, but that's to give you a little bit idea. The ticket size, the percentage, if we are dilution, we are talking about actual investment, be our actual shareholders, be on the board, and grow the country and grow the hospital development with us. Of course, in this, I would like to say also, Malaysia market itself, it's a hospital that's going to be targeting on medical tourism. But apart from that, yes, Malaysians we have to take care. Yes, we have a good population, but we have relatively a lower beds per 1,000 population in Malaysia, currently standing at 1.9. WHO recommended 3.8 beds per population. That still means that for Malaysia ourselves, Malaysians, we are still short of beds. We're still short of beds, all right? And in the past 10 years itself, Malaysia government is not really building a lot of public hospitals itself. So this is where our private hospitals play a big role over here. And competition risk and etc. I think a lot of people mentioned that. I just want to do a quick survey, but almost every Indonesian friends I met, I said, have you got any friends or relatives that have gone to Malaysia for their medical treatments or etc.? Almost 80% would say yes, someone somehow has gone there for IVF, someone somehow has gone there for cardiac, someone somehow has said, oh yeah, my past president also went to Malaysia for your treatment. All right, so that's a little bit about background about that. I'm going to touch on to this. This is a quick view. The hospital is 12-story high. There's a link bridge to the commercial hub. It's called the Nobel Healthcare Park. It's a bit unique because it's where we bring in all the doctors. See, a lot of doctors in Malaysia are already established in many, many hospitals. The only way is actually give them the ownership, support them. And of course, the equipments that we're putting in, most of the equipments that we're putting in will be among the first in Southeast Asia, the medical equipments in the OTA, etc. And we are proud and pleased to say that even from Malaysia government, we have got our benefit and supported and granted by the investment tax allowance that helps us a lot, tons of it. And that I'm very thankful for the ministry itself. Moving on, that's a quick outlook of the hospital looks like. It's going to be something a little bit like 6-star. A lot of people are going to say it's good, but this is of course my version 1. We are now already version 7 because imagine I'm already constructing already the hospital. So as of today, what's the risk level? No longer talking about an empty piece of land to build. We are talking as of today. If you stand at Bukit Jalil, Kuala Lumpur, you are seeing the actual construction of the hospital, which has progressed more than 30%. Of course, the hospital in Malaysia, you cannot progress unless you got all the approvals. Okay, a very quick one. And moving on, yes, Malaysia, the country aspires to position Malaysia as best Malaysia healthcare travel experience by 2025. That augurs well because we are positioning for our opening in 2026. And in this township itself, may I offer you and explain to you, we are actually positioning and building several hospitals in our township itself. It's going to be a group of hospitals here. It will include also cancer hospitals, oncology centers, and several other medical centers and hospitals. This is a medical play. This is a healthcare play. This is a concrete, actual plan of planted in the capital city of Malaysia itself. And we are already in track in progressing in construction. With that, yeah, of course, recently, we got a little bit of a very nice award regionally, a recognition of winner of Best Mixed Use Development Asia by Property Guru, winner of Consumer Game Changer. All right, the Malaysia winners, we go and compete in Thailand, and then we amongst the other 7 to 11 countries, and then we have got this small accolade. With that, my final animation video, just to wrap it up, and this is how we're going to build it. And we are not going to build it, as a hospital group, we are not going to build it ourselves. We have several development as strategic partners that's going embarking and undertaking this 26.5 acres project in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. And welcome to join us after the video. Just have a QR code, you can feel free to scan. Thank you. With that, thank you very much.
Please give another big round of applause to Dato Sri Dr. Vincent Tew, Executive Director, KL Wellness City. And now let's continue to the next one with the title of Connecting Corridors, Resources Group Logistics from Myanmar. Let's welcome on stage Ai Nyen Tu, Managing Director, Connecting Corridors, Resources Group Logistics.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is A, and I'm here representing RG Logistics from Myanmar. Our background is an infrastructure holding company. Our main businesses range from highway operation, power generation, construction, investments in agriculture, and also in logistics. This is our logistics project. RG Logistics is a pioneer in Myanmar's first dry ports. I'll explain what a dry port is later, but first, let me paint a picture of how we came into this sector. To do that, I need to explain a little bit about our Myanmar's economy. Myanmar is the 5th largest nation in ASEAN. Our population is about 56 million people. Our GDP is around 60 billion, and our export-import trade is around 19 billion. That's a whole lot of numbers, so let me put this into context. If we were to compare Myanmar to Thailand, Thailand's GDP is about 10 times as high as Myanmar's GDP, even though population is quite similar. GDP per capita is 7 times higher than Myanmar's. Indonesia, on the other hand, is 4 times higher than Myanmar's GDP per capita. You may say, wow, that's, we have a long way to go. But I see it as more of a glass half full. Because if we were to look at shipping container throughput as well, it is quite low, under 1 million TEUs, but this just all means that we also have a lot of potential. Myanmar in 2030, of course, no one has a crystal ball, but we could say that GDP could range anything from 3% to 7% growth annually. And a recent ADB study also highlights that the way to get to that higher GDP growth is really going to rely on how well we invest in our logistics sector. ADB suggests that we should be investing about 4 billion annually from 2016 to 2030. This is how we would grow our GDP by a significant 13% annually. Our Myanmar government does take that seriously as well, and they've come up with an idea on how to do it and projects to execute on it. So here you see a map of economic corridors in Myanmar. There are 10 in total. And on these economic corridors are where Myanmar has focused their logistics projects. And one of those major projects is our dry port. This dry port is actually under an agreement between the Myanmar government and UNESCAP. The agreement is called Intergovernmental Agreement on Dry Ports. The aim is to build 8 dry ports in total across Myanmar on these very key economic corridors. This is then executed, and actually in 2013, Myanmar government and UNESCAP did sign this agreement, and we came into this picture in 2016 after winning an international tender. So now you might be wondering, what is a dry port? Simply put, and just by its name, a dry port is a seaport, but just inland. It has all the functions of a seaport. It can do custom clearance, you can store goods, you can handle goods, but the added bonus is that it can be multimodal. Multimodal means that it has access to not just road, but it may also have access to rail, to sea, and so on. In our case, our dry port is connected to 2 modes, rail and road. And I'll explain a bit about how this is going to help us. Our 2 dry ports are located on in 2 cities, Yangon and Mandalay. So Mandalay, those of you who haven't been to Myanmar, is in the middle. And Yangon is in the southern part near the Andaman Sea. So both of these two cities are quite central and important to Myanmar. Mandalay, for example, is a key connector to China and to India. Mandalay is on the One Belt, One Road initiative as well. The project is Rayleigh, Lashio, Mandalay, and Jiaopiu, where China is trying to get gas from Jiaopiu and also develop along that corridor. Another corridor is Linchang, which is a border town in China, and that is connected to Chinshui and Mandalay, and of course from Mandalay it can be connected to Yangon as well. Mandalay is also a connector to India in Tamil, which is the Indian border. Now it's accessible by road, but in the future we also have plans to make it accessible by rail. Yangon is in the same boat, except that Yangon, of course, it has seaports, but it also is connected to Thailand. Not just Thailand, because Thailand opens a window to Laos and to Cambodia. It has a very good railway structure, and I visited Victor's Vientiane Park recently, and Thailand is accessible to Laos by rail, and from Laos you could go to Kunming as well. In this logistics sector, everybody talks about alternative supply chain, and that is why it is so important that you're relying on not just the sea, but you also have ways to connect to the rest of the world by land, by rail. And that's why the dry port is so important. Our two dry ports are situated in these two major cities, Yangon and Mandalay, and both of these dry ports are accessible by railway. In fact, our company is the first company to operate rail freight containerization. Before we were in the picture, it was not containerized, and it was mostly passenger trains, but it's side door wagon trains, not containerized. We've come a long way. We started in 2016, signed agreement with Myanmar Railways under the MOTC, and since then we've progressed and we've acquired the necessary licenses, being licensed to operate a custom-controlled area, meaning that government customs officers would be operating in our dry port just like they would in a seaport. We have the license to operate an inland container depot. We have the license to even operate special chemical warehousing, and we also have the license to operate bonded facilities. And I'm proud to say that as of 2023, just this year, we've also acquired ISO accreditation in quality, health, and environment. This is a picture of our dry port. We started in 2016 with the agreement. We started operations in November of 2018. This Yangon dry port, Yuadaji dry port, is 42 acres in size. The first thing you may see is the red box. That red box is pointing towards what I mentioned earlier, the rail link. This rail goes from Yangon dry port to Mandalay dry port. And this dry port is also divided into custom-controlled area and the domestic area. Custom-controlled area basically means that it's like a seaport. You can clear customs for export and import in this custom-controlled area. You can use bonded facilities in this custom-controlled area. And in the domestic area, that's just like a normal 3PL logistics service provider. You can use the warehousing, yard spaces for inventory buffer storage, consolidation center, distribution center, whatever you may need. And our bonus is that we can handle warehousing up to a very detailed level, up to a piece level for your distribution. And you can see at the back there that there are a lot of shipping containers, right? That's the ICD that I was talking about. We sign contracts with shipping lines so that they can put their boxes in our yard. So if you sum it all together, what does it mean, right? As a trader, what that means is that you can import your cargo, do your import custom clearance, not at the seaport, but in our dry port. It's not too far from the seaport, just about 20 kilometers. Once you're in the dry port and you've done the custom clearance, this cargo becomes domestic cargo. So then you can use our domestic logistics services. You can use our base for warehousing, distribution. We also have complemented all this with truck and rail freight containerization. We have our own fleet of truck, and we run and operate the rail as well. So it really does become a one-stop logistics service provider, and that is something that our country sorely needs. Mandalay is the same, a little bit smaller, 35 acres, but the idea is the same. And you see here again the red box, that's pointing towards the rail. So you can see that Yangon, Mandalay, they're both connected by rail, and that has become a game changer for a lot of companies in Myanmar. Rail is, after all, cheaper. I won't go through all this in detail, but if you're interested, this is what we have for our facilities, the licenses that we've properly acquired in order to provide these services. In summary, our services can be summarized into 3 main areas. The first is warehouse and yard solution for storage, handling, value-added services. We have transportation solution with truck and rail transportation. Truck, it can even go for cross-border, not just domestically. We can go into Thailand with our licenses. Thirdly is the export and import solution. We provide container freight station solution, which is for consolidating and deconsolidating international cargo. We provide bonded facilities and custom clearances. So if you're the customer, if you just mix and match what you need, it could become a one-stop, especially because we have 2 dry port locations. This is the 2 markets that you generally would want to target in Myanmar, and you can. If you use both our dry ports, the cost would come down a lot. Phase 1, we've already completed our investment. We've been running since 2018. Investment has been about 50 million in total, and we've grown our service portfolio as well. And what I said about really acting like a seaport, we have done that. We have cleared customs for the sea cargo, not at the seaport. They could just come under bonded transportation into our dry port. The same for air cargo. Instead of clearing at the airport, they come to our dry port to clear the cargo. So it really has become a way, we've essentially opened up for more options for our customers. And the next step, we do need some more investment. It's not too much, just 8 million, to invest more in our rail freight containerization. Currently, we use the rail automotives and wagons from the government, but of course, we want to do more of it, so it's better that we can invest in it. We hope to invest in some of those, build some more warehouses, upgrade our facilities for this growing demand. And more importantly is our service portfolio. We're expanding our service portfolio. In the previous page, I mentioned how Yangon can already provide that custom clearances for sea cargo and air cargo. But what would be the game changer is if Mandalay, this another second city, could provide the same kind of services for the border trade with China and with India, especially China, because China is our major trader, right? And another thing for us to do is for Yangon to be connected to Thailand as well. So instead of clearing the cargo in border, you could clear it at Yangon. Why? Because it's faster, more efficient, and we're running the business, and it could be all in one-stop location for our customers. We're a 100% locally owned company, and we work with this government, Myanmar government, Myanmar Railways, to make this happen under a 50-year BOT contract. So I warmly welcome partners who may want to be loan provider, strategic partner, or equity partner. We're pretty flexible. So you may be thinking, okay, is this going to be profitable? Are you making good money on it? To give you an idea, right, I mentioned this shipping container throughput for a reason. It's so that you can benchmark to Thailand's, Indonesia's. So Myanmar's container throughput is estimated at 800,000 annually. Thailand's is actually, maybe somebody knows the answer, but it's about 10 million. Indonesia is also around 10 million. So why can't we get there as well, right? And even at that 800,000 TEUs, we're financially okay. We can run with our own cash now. Not saying we're absolutely profitable yet, but it's going on and surviving with just our domestic services alone. So we could comfortably say that if the container throughput shipping line TEU is about 1.6 million, which is still not too much compared to other countries, we could comfortably break even. But of course, like any projects, there are risks and challenges involved, and Myanmar is like many others. The first is that this container throughput that I'm talking about, can it really get there, right? So let's say for some reason it doesn't. The good news is that we already provide a lot of these domestic services, and with these domestic logistics services, we do have a healthy cash flow. Secondly is that Myanmar Kyat, compared to the USD, is fluctuating a lot and at times depreciating. So how do we tackle that? Try to hedge it with USD, with inflation. That's all we can do. But the good news is that we've invested a while ago, before the inflation. Thirdly is this Mandalay-Muse Railway. I mentioned about how Mandalay is linked to China by road right now, but actually there's a plan to link it with rail as well. So even without the rail, if it doesn't happen, we can still do a lot with the road. We already are, and it should just hopefully get better. But of course, in the end, many people think about the current situation and think about, is it a good time to invest? What I can say, I'm not a politician, but what I can say is that in any country, the most basic need is infrastructure. Logistics is one of that. So good times and bad, we all need investment in logistics. So I warmly welcome you to not just think about our project, but if you are interested in Myanmar, to think about the logistics industry. Thank you so much for giving me the chance to speak, and thanks so much for your interest.
Thank you so much, Ai Nyen Thieu. Could you please remain on stage? And I would like to invite again to come on stage to join us here, Sonklin Ploymi and Dato Sri Dr. Vincent Thieu for a photo op. Thank you. Give your biggest smile. 3, 2, 1. Okay, one more time. 3, 2, and 1. Please give another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. So before we go to the next one, allow me to explain a little bit about our next session. It will discuss the challenges and opportunities of achieving regulatory cooperation within the ASEAN region to foster an environment conducive to investment. Panelists with expertise in law, finance, business, and policy making will discuss the importance of regulatory clarity, transparency, and consistency in attracting investment. They address the challenges posed by varying regulations and highlight the benefits of harmonized regulatory approaches. So the next topic is cooperation for investable ASEAN. So ladies and gentlemen, allow me to invite all speakers on stage. Akshay Garg, co-founder and chief executive officer of Finacel. Dr. Jerry Sambuaga, Deputy Minister of Trade of Indonesia. And Rupa Chanda, Director for Trade, Investment and Innovation Division of UNSCAP. And this session will be moderated by Executive Director, EU ASEAN Business Council, Chris Humphrey. The stage is yours.
Thank you. I'm very conscious we are standing between you and the end of the day and perhaps dinner. We're going to make this a lively panel to finish up with. We have, as our MC said, music to interrupt me. We have, as our MC said, a good, great panel here. We're talking about regulatory cooperation for an investable ASEAN. ASEAN's economy at the moment is somewhere close to $3 trillion per year. And ASEAN actually is doing extremely well when it comes to attracting FDI. FDI inflows are at record levels coming into the region at the moment. That said, I think ASEAN is at a bit of a crossroads as we look ahead. And the question really for us to discuss here today is how we can drive more investment into the region to ensure a just and sustainable economic development going forward. Regulatory issues are a concern for many businesses, and we will be discussing that here today. And I think without further ado, we'll jump straight into the questions for my panel. Rupert, I'm going to come to you first, because at ESCAP you've been doing a lot of work in this space and regulatory challenges, both for goods and for services as well. What do you see as some of those key regulatory challenges for investors in ASEAN countries, and how can we look to enhance cooperation going forward?
So actually, you know, whenever you talk about investment-related regulatory issues, there are two parts. One is at the border, and the other is behind the border. The border part is more about the liberalization measures and, you know, what sort of participation is allowed. In that context, ASEAN countries are generally quite liberal, much more advanced than many other developing countries and other sub-regions in the Asia-Pacific. But I would like to focus more on the investment facilitation part, which is the behind the border, the regulatory measures, approaches, the time taken, and so on, which really sometimes can deter investors from the intent to actualize the investment on the ground. So here, I think, again, there is a lot of disparity because this is a diverse grouping of countries. So countries are at very different levels. Some are definitely much more advanced in terms of the facilitation measures. But some of the common problems that arise are, for instance, lack of clarity in terms of the measures and regulations that investors have to follow. Sometimes these could be at the national level, but often they're also at the subnational and provincial levels. So that's an important aspect. Interagency coordination within countries is an issue, and it's come out in some of our surveys and assessments of the countries and their investment climate. Another is in terms of corruption. That is an issue that sometimes investors have to face. There's the speed, the time, the resources required to actually invest in the country. So again, the regulatory process, the efficiency of it. So there are many, many aspects. And you know, if these are problems at a national level, then talk about the problems when you come across the region. If you're trying to develop a value chain sort of based FDI model where you're going to target certain sectors and try to attract the investments across different parts of the value chain in the different countries, then that becomes a difficult problem because you have to take the regulatory cooperation beyond the countries. In the national level, it's difficult. Then doing interagency and regulatory cooperation across countries is difficult. But I think ASEAN member states are well placed in one aspect, which is that they recognize the significance of this. If you look at the Joint Statement Initiative, the investment facilitation for development in the WTO, most of the ASEAN member states are parties to that agreement, which means they recognize the importance of that. Also within ASEAN, you have the framework for investment facilitation, and there are certain principles there which countries are, they're voluntary principles, they're non-binding, but still the acceptance of those principles is itself a good starting point. Now, how do you promote this? Well, you need actions both at the national level and at the regional level. At the national level, of course, many of the measures that I've mentioned need to be addressed. But at the regional level, I think one of the things is to also look at what are some common sectors where countries could actually play a role and attract, as a region, investment into ASEAN, and then establish where they are placed in terms of that value chain and work accordingly. The second part of it is to also look at complementary issues. And I think investment doesn't go alone. You need also trade facilitation along with that. You need mobility of people. So trade, investment, mobility, many of these areas also have to be looked at for regulatory cooperation. So it's a much larger issue. And then there is course, there are many other ways. For instance, capacity building. If there are common challenges, common capacity issues, then can you do that together? This is something that, for instance, ESCAP is looking at. The scale and the scope part of it. So within ASEAN, can you do capacity building? Can you look at the value chain? Can you identify what are the bottlenecks? And then look at complementary policies and regulations, which will also need facilitation.
And you mentioned there that many ASEAN member states are signatories to WTO agreements. Of course, being a signatory and implementing it is a completely different thing. Could you comment about the implementation element?
So, implementation, it's a challenge. I mean, for instance, many countries are parties to the trade facilitation agreement, but implementing on the ground requires a significant amount of political will and commitment. And down at the ground level, what the officials themselves practice, that may not always translate. So intent is there, but the implementation is not there. And that part of it is a human resource and capacity issue. That's where training and those kinds of capacity building programs and technical assistance play an important role. Part of it is also what sort of processes you use. For instance, digitalization of processes and new mechanisms. A lot of interagency sort of regulatory dialogues and cooperation mechanisms. So there is a lot that countries can also learn from each other. For instance, what is working in other countries in terms of governance mechanisms, impact assessment, right? Digital processes, and if they can transfer some of that to their own countries. I think this is another area where regulatory cooperation can play a very important role.
Thanks. Actually, I'll come to you. I mean, you're operating a business here in Indonesia and in Singapore as well. Can you comment perhaps on some of the regulatory challenges that you face in your sector or more generally?
Sure, I'm happy to. So, just for a little bit of background, the voice that I bring to this panel is really that of an investor, a business operator. We've been operating in Southeast Asia for about 6 years now. We've invested somewhere between 300 to 400 million US dollars to date. That number should be going up closer to $1 billion over the next 4 or 5 years, right? We look at the region very closely. In fact, we operate primarily in Indonesia, but we've studied, evaluated, invested in different parts of ASEAN to not such a high degree as Indonesia, but we've looked at it very closely. I mean, coming to your question, Chris, around the challenges that the region faces, look, I mean, the only way that I need to talk is, I know how to talk is to call a spade, right? And the challenges are not trivial, let's put it that way, right? While ASEAN is clearly, I think, a body which is doing a lot of great work as a geographical union and is increasingly, I think, starting to speak with one voice. I think when it comes to regulatory harmonization, I think there's a lot of work to be done. I think it's very important to accept as a starting point that these are countries in ASEAN with very different ethno-linguistic histories, very different legacy baggage from colonialism, right? Even inside ASEAN, right? You have different forms of countries with very different legal systems that colonize different parts of ASEAN. And today, I think a lot of ASEAN countries are still working under the weight of that baggage, right? And still trying to find their own ways. I think, generally speaking, a lot more focus on the outside world, right, across each of the countries of ASEAN than, I think, intra-block as such. So I think the number of challenges is quite significant, right? When we look across ASEAN at investment opportunities, and we operate in the financial services sector, which is deeply regulated, right? I mean, from our perspective, we could be investing in any country in the world, which is to say that, generally speaking, there's not that much of regulatory harmonization inside ASEAN yet. Now, that's the bad news. The good news is that I think with this tsunami of digitization that we are starting to experience in pretty much each and every sector or industry of the world, I think that is starting to create this secular dynamic of certain degrees of harmonization, right? A really good example of some of this, or one example of this is, right, around cross-border payments, which is still in its infancy, but I think there's a lot of positive talk around how, right, individuals in Southeast Asia can start to travel freely across the region while still using their home bank accounts, right? Without having to do complex and cumbersome money transfers through third-party banks and so on. So look, I mean, I think the challenges are enormous. I think the starting point is very much, I think, the digitization of a lot of different industries and supply chains all the way from front to back. And I think there's positive momentum. But having said that, there's a lot of work to be done before we can talk about one regulatory union.
Okay. Bapak Jerry, you've just come hot foot from an ASEAN Economic Council meeting. What discussions are you having at the regional level to address some of those challenges that Akshay just mentioned and that Rupert just mentioned? And are you trying to draw on examples from elsewhere in the world when you're having those discussions?
Thanks, Chris. I think, yeah, you mentioned a lot about regulatory issues, policies, and then collectivity of ASEAN. As we know that ASEAN, one of the principles of ASEAN is that we value and we adore the principles of non-intervention. We value the principles of collaboration among Southeast Asian states, as it was established and it was funded in the very principles of this organization. And I was just finishing my session with the ASEAN Economic Council meeting and also the ASEAN Economic Ministers meeting in Semarang just 10 days ago. We were discussing a lot on how we produce or how we create a very collaborative digital framework collaboration, right? And one of them would be how we maintain and how we preserve the sense or the, let's say, the needs for having a mutual perspective on digitalization. Why? Because it's actually part of our priorities, and we know that, I think as is mentioned by you, and I think all of us would agree that digitalization would create efficiency, practicality, as well as transparency in terms of how to conduct policies and how to conduct license and regulations. As we are witnessing and we are experiencing a lot of challenges in terms of how to conduct policies and regulations among ASEAN member states, I think it would make sense if we made this collaboration even stronger by having a very a mutual decisions by establishing a very good groundwork for digitalizations. And I think it's very important. Why? Because ASEAN, as you know, is actually one of the leading regional organizations in the world, right? By size. Let's take a look at other organizations like European Union. I think their population is about, 500 million people? And we know that ASEAN population is close to 700 million people, right? And we have this principles called the ASEAN Way, the non-intervention way that I just mentioned to you, which I am quite convinced that it's actually causing a lot of positive impacts on our trade, right? And not to mention that we have this RCEP, the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement, right? That we established a year ago, got being implemented, I think, this year. And this is why we are having a lot of, let's say, potential, so to say, clients, not only from Asia or East Asia or Southeast Asia communities, yeah? For example, we have the ASEAN +3, Japan, China, and South Korea. The RCEP, or we call it RCEP himself, is actually consists of 10 member states of ASEAN and also 5 non-member states, Australia and New Zealand also, apart from Japan, South Korea, and China, because they are very interested in seeing and also in joining ASEAN as a market. Yeah? With a population of close to 700 million people and the GDP close to 11,000 trillion US dollar. Yeah? It's very attractive, right? And also, yeah, Indonesia as chairman of ASEAN this year, we are opening possibilities, yeah, bilaterally with other nations, other states, not only within Southeast Asia, but also, out of Southeast Asia, particularly, Europeans and also Americans and then other region of the group. And, it's true, sometimes policies or regulations can be challenging, but as we know that we are entering the phase of digitalization, I believe, and we always believe that the program of digitalization, the initiative to digitalize policy can be supporting our efforts and our implementation of our policies. And also, the trade agreements that we have, I think is expanding. Just now, the ASEAN Ministers' Economic Council meeting, we just launched the DEFA. DEFA is the Digital Economic Framework Agreement. It is actually part of our initiative to make a better ecosystem for digital activities within ASEAN. As we know, that right now, I think if Indonesians go to Thailand, if they go to Indonesia, let's say we go to Bangkok, and then we try to buy things. We have already cooperation with the central bank, our central bank and their central bank, by using QR code. We call it CRIS, the Quick Response Initial Code Standard. So if you want to buy things there, you just use your gadget and then you just scan the QR code, less than 3 seconds, and the payment is done. It is part of ASEAN centrality, it's part of ASEAN unity, so that we can have some sort of similar terms and conditions, and also we can have the possibility of enhancing our currency. So not only depending on US dollar. It also applies to several countries. With Malaysia also we have, and next with Singapore. So it is part of our integration, part of our unity and centrality that we know it is the competitive advantage of ASEAN as a regional organization. So I think we can talk a lot of things if we want to focus on digital, but I believe that digitalization is something that we must focus now, and something that we should be enhancing, and in a region like Southeast Asia, whereas the countries and all the nations, part of member ASEAN, are growing and emerging, I guess is something that we can also be playing as a strategic role here. Not only in Southeast Asia, but also other regions. As we know and as we are witnessing that other regions, they are very keen in entering ASEAN market.
We were talking in the holding room before we came into this panel, and we were discussing, ASEAN's doing very well, with the good growth rates. FDI is at record levels, and you're outpacing many other countries in the world as well. But you're still really acting as 10 individual countries when it comes to attracting foreign direct investment, rather than collaborating and working together to try and bring it in. And there's still a lack of regulatory harmonization within ASEAN, despite AEC being declared back in 2015. So in your discussions at the AEM and at the ASEAN Economic Council, are you collectively discussing what more we can do together to be collectively more attractive? What more can we do to work on regulatory harmonization?
Yeah, I think that's one of the issues that we were discussing in the session a couple of hours ago, and also a couple of days ago in Semarang during the IM meeting. But we also must realize that in order to have a collective measure, or let's say collective terms and conditions of how we attract investors, how we increase our trade, we must also know that internal stability, and also not to mention the performance of our internal trade must be increased as well, right? And you talk about harmonization, right? For example, in Indonesia, I think it is safe to say that this issue of harmonization is also becoming a challenge. And we are working on it, and we are trying to have, let's say, to find a solution, right? I think some of you might be aware of the existence of ASEAN single window, right? So it's one way of doing things in ASEAN so that we can have some sort of harmonization in terms of policies and regulations for, let's say, a lot of sectors, not only for trade, but also for investment. But before we conclude that, of course, we must have some sort of capacity to resolve our internal issues. Like the one that we were discussing just before now. I think we're having this regulation issues, for example, in the Ministry of, not only Ministry of Trade, but other ministries. If you want to issue, let's say, one license, we have to work together with other ministries. We cannot work alone. We cannot work by ourselves. right? For example, one commodity that we issue from Ministry of Trade, we must have recommendations from other ministries, from the technical ministries. It is one way of doing things, and it is by law. So it's something that we must actually do in order to have, another follow-ups or another conclusion to be done. It is actually something, again, that we must share this with other nations or other member states of ASEAN so that we can have the experience, we can share the experience, and we can formulate somehow the policy of, let's say, building collectivity among other nations within ASEAN with regards to harmonization. So I think we can do both in parallel. Yeah, it's not a big deal, but at least we are now starting our initiative to have this kind of consensus. And it is very important. Why? Because as you just mentioned, we can come as one organization. Of course, we can do it bilaterally. Yeah, each member state of ASEAN can do bilateral trade agreements, or we can do bilateral approach. Yeah, it's normal. Yeah, I think all over the world, I think they are doing that. Even in the European Union, I guess they are doing that, right? And it's something that needs more attention, yeah, and more understanding within the members so that we can move together and collectively finding a solution for this kind of things.
Rupert, I'll come back to you. I mean, SCAT's doing a lot of work with ASEAN, and I'd like you to tell us a bit more about the work you are doing. But what more do you think ASEAN could do as a regional bloc, either at the ministerial level or working group level, to try and drive forward better regulatory cooperation and harmonization?
So SCAP is actually involved in both the investment facilitation side as well as the trade facilitation side, both of which could actually help bolster more regulatory cooperation within ASEAN. On the investment side, for instance, we work through ASEC. So as a mechanism itself, instead of going nation by nation, we are starting with the Coordinating Committee on Investment. That itself says that we want to take a region-wide regulatory harmonization, cooperation sort of approach. What we are considering is a new work program where between the end of this year and sometime next year, we will work with the IPAs of all the member states to identify what are some of the needs that they have. So once we've assessed the gaps, we will work with them to promote capacity building. We're also looking at the value chain within the region in 3 priority sectors: renewables, electric vehicles, and health sector. So in these 3 areas, we hope to work together to see how we can have a coordinated, much more collaborative approach towards investment. So that, I think, would also be a step forward. It would be almost like a piloting to some extent through the capacity building efforts, the needs assessment, and identifying the value chain linked FDI approach. In trade facilitation also, we are doing quite a bit of work. And again, we do work through ASEC and then go down to the national level. Now, because as I said before, trade and investment today are extremely complementary. And in the trade facilitation area, of course, ASEAN member states do very well because as per our UN Global Survey on Digital and Sustainable Trade Facilitation, in fact, this is the sub-region within Asia Pacific. It stands the highest in terms of implementation rate. It's at 81% of across the 31 measures that we cover in this survey. And the Asia Pacific average is around 67 or something. So it's much higher and it's been improving over time. And nationally, of course, with the single windows, electronic exchange of documents between governments and businesses, the ASEAN single window, which was referred to, there's been a lot of progress. However, we do find gaps even there in agricultural trade facilitation, which was mentioned. So this is an area with the standards becoming such a big issue in agricultural trade. With integration of MSMEs, there again, there is a lot more scope to facilitate trade and integrate MSMEs into the regional value chains and the global value chains. The third is on trade and gender. There also we find that there is much more scope to actually facilitate trade for women traders. So these are some of the areas that we have identified and we hope to work further. We do what are called legal and technical readiness assessments of countries to see how prepared are they for digitalization of trade, first at the national level, and then we have the framework agreement on facilitation of cross-border trade, which sits within the UNESCAP Secretariat in our division. And so then we look at leveraging existing national frameworks for digitalization and taking them cross-border. So the ASEAN single window, for instance, how could we look at pilot exchange of documents? How could you bring in more interoperability of documents? So many of the countries, actually several member countries are there from the region. ASEAN, we are looking for membership because I think this would be a great way for the sub-region to cooperate and sort of build upon the ASEAN single window through the framework agreement. So there are various ways in which we're doing this capacity building, so both trade as well as investment, and we're looking at needs assessment and trying to identify the gaps and then work on those specifically.
Are you actually seeing progress being made? I mean, you mentioned the ASEAN single window. We could have a long discussion about how effective that is and why it takes so long for some of the pilot processes to go through. But as a bloc, are you seeing ASEAN at least willing to make progress on the regulatory harmonization?
There is willingness, but I think what we've also found working with the ASEC, that it works fine, but then finally everything has to go down country by country, and then that is where we face a bit of a problem. So at the national level, there are some countries that have been much more progressive, and we've made progress with them. But getting it across the entire, it's as was mentioned, it's like 10 different countries. And so the ASEC process goes only up to a point. Ultimately, we have to just do it nationally. So yes, so I think there's still maybe a mindset issue or something which is preventing further progress on regulatory harmonization and cooperation.
Akshay, we'll come back to you. Harmonization in the goods sector is hard enough. I think the financial sector is perhaps even more difficult. Again, you're very heavily regulated as a sector. What advances have you seen in the region? Bapak Jerry mentioned the QR code for peer-to-peer payment. That's been actually quite a big advance this year. So what beyond that are you seeing, and what things would you like to see happen?
Yeah, look, first of all, I think, again, just coming back to that point about the fact that there's a lot of work to be done, but you cannot look down on the good work that's happening, right? And I think the QRIS harmonization, QRIS interoperability is a fantastic example. It is unthinkable that this would have happened 5 years ago, frankly, right? So it's quite amazing it's happened. Now, in terms of what else are we actually seeing? Look, I think my worldview, if you will, is limited to financial services, right? I can't think about an objectively speaking, I can't think about a regulation that has been harmonized across the region. But having said that, there is certainly starting to be conversation amongst regulators in the region to come together and learn from each other, which is a very important step in the first place, right? A few years ago, Indonesia was the first country in ASEAN to create a regulation around peer-to-peer lending. I think this was a phenomenon that was taking the West by storm, right? Indonesia recognized the opportunity, in the peer-to-peer sector, or recognized the potential in the peer-to-peer sector to essentially, create a degree of financial inclusion for its unbanked and underbanked that had been very hard to capture in the past. And not only did they become the first regulator in the region to create a landmark regulation, which has, as a matter of fact, right, made a very tangible impact in the world of financial inclusion, but what it's really done by virtue of Indonesia taking leadership and the regulation actually creating impact is created this conversation amongst other regulators in the region to actually learn from Indonesia, right? Now, have the regulations been harmonized yet? Well, I think there's still some ways to go. But the very fact that regulators in the region are starting to talk about Indonesia as the leader in this segment, right? We were in Vietnam recently meeting with the regulator, and they mentioned that they're actually planning on making a trip down to Indonesia, or I can't remember now if it's the Indonesian regulators that are visiting Vietnam, but it's really a joint learning session across the two of them, right? So I think, there are green shoots that are actually appearing. I think that's a very positive step. I do also think that there's, potentially a very important role for industry bodies to play, not just in the financial services sector, but across different industries. There is generally across a lot of ASEAN nations, historically a place for industry bodies, right, which serve as an interlocutor between the regulators and the industries themselves. I think those bodies have an incredibly important role to play, taking best practices across the region, sharing them with the regulators, and vice versa. So I think some of this is starting to bubble up. I mean, a lot of it is below the surface, but it is certainly starting to happen, Chris.
And I'll stay with you. Bapak Jerry mentioned today that the ministers have signed off on the commencement of a negotiation for a digital economy framework agreement. That agreement will look at things like data flows and data governance and consumer protectionism and e-commerce issues, and will clearly touch on fintech. You mentioned the capacity for fintech to help bring people in who are unbanked or uninsured into the more formal sector. This is a bit of an unfair question for you, but I'm going to give it to you anyway. Regulation versus innovation. How much regulation would your sector want, and how much is too much to stop you from innovating?
Well, I don't think it's an unfair question at all, actually. I think, in my mind, right, I think it's a very simple balance that any industry in any innovative sector, whether it's financial services or energy or you name it, right? I think in any industry, you've got to watch that balance between regulation as well as innovation. I think regulation exists for a reason, and I think it's very important to recognize that. It exists to protect, in particular, the weak, right? And that was why, generally, I think, regulation started coming up, even as a concept historically, right? I think any innovative industry needs to watch that balance. Now, for a fact, I think if an industry were to be unregulated, and I think the best example of that is, for anyone here who played around with any cryptocurrencies last year, you know exactly what happened with that. So I think the proof is in the pudding. And I think at this point in time, no one in any industry will be arguing against the role of regulation, right? So I think we're very comfortable with that. And generally we feel that, look, I think while, at a day-to-day level, there might be this tendency or feeling amongst innovative industries that the regulators are slowing you down, I think when you take a step back, generally speaking, I don't think there's been a single instance, at least in our operating history as one of the most innovative financial services companies in Indonesia, that we've actually felt that the regulators had anything other than the greater good in mind. So I think it's our responsibility to watch that balance, and I think the most innovative companies do watch that balance very well.
Thank you. Bapak Jerry, it's going to be very similar to the earlier question. I mean, my personal view is ASEAN as a group could be doing so much better if you just worked closer together. Now, you mentioned the RCEP agreement, which is actually an extremely good trade agreement linking you with other dialogue partners. Very, very good. Do you think that can be a driver to help push ASEAN together to work more as a collective? Again, earlier we were talking about the example of, if you want to get involved in global supply chains, these are complex supply chains. Indonesia doesn't have everything that's needed for an electric vehicle, neither does Thailand, neither does Malaysia. Perhaps if the three of you work together, you might attract more investment in that sort of space. So what more can you do?
Thank you, Chris. Always interesting, to answer this question. A lot of people are asking me this question. I believe that right now, ASEAN is attractive already, right? And as we are adopting the RCEP agreement, which is going to be the second largest bloc after WTO, right? In terms of size and volume, right? And the one who is initiating this is actually ASEAN. It's an organization. It's not a single country, but it's ASEAN. And if you take a look at ASEAN's existence, you also realize that our organization is quite stable, right? Compared to the other organizations, right? We do not have internal conflicts, right? And we do not have conflict among other members or within the ASEAN. And it's important. Why? Because in order to invest, in order to do business trade, you need stability. And I can assure you that ASEAN is one of the most stable place to invest. And with RCEP as I mentioned to you, it is the second largest bloc in terms of volume and size. And the non-member states, Australia, New Zealand, Japan, South Korea, and China, they are entering our market. They are doing business with us. They are also investing within ASEAN, bilaterally as well as regionally. I think it is showing, it is sending a very positive message to all countries, right? Of course, we can do more, right? And as we are now doing our digitalization projects, our agreements are on how to build a very ground framework for digitalization, I think it will make ASEAN more attractive, right? Right now we have, just I mentioned to you, the agreement with Thailand, with Singapore and with Malaysia with regards to the electronic payment and digital payment. I think we can have more with other countries within ASEAN and with non-ASEAN member states. I was just in Japan and South Korea a couple days ago, and we were also discussing about the possibility and then, you know, the potential on how Indonesia, as one of the members of ASEAN, can cooperate together with the central banks of South Korea and Japan. They are looking forward. They are very much interested in doing so because they know the size and volume and the potentials of Indonesia as chairman of ASEAN. As you know, ASEAN is not only providing access and market, but also providing potentials for playing a very strategic roles in geopolitics. In terms of stability, again, in terms of how we increase our leverage, I think ASEAN can be used as a tool and can be used as a facilitator, yeah, whenever we want to do, let's say, relations with other nations, yeah, without or with bilateral working arrangements. So again, of course, we can do more, but what we are doing right now is already attracting a lot of players, a lot of stakeholders, and also when we were in Semarang, we were having this ASEAN Economic Ministerial meeting. One of the participants, yeah, at the time was India, and yeah, although India is not part of the RCEP, yeah, there was some dynamics when we were processing the RCEP establishment, but India was actually looking forward to having more collaborations with ASEAN. As you can see, if China, India, and the other big nations are joining ASEAN, not as a member, but as one of the participants or active participants, observers or any kind of things, I think it will increase not only leverage, but also the bargaining position of ASEAN as one of the leading regional organizations. So I am convinced, and I always believe that one of the key of solving, you know, global issues is that we should have more integrity, we should have more unity, we should have more centrality within the regional organization, as we know that interdependence is actually growing. You cannot live by yourself, you cannot live only depending on how you make bilateral relations with other countries, but you must also have your utilizing, you must also have capitalizing and also using your own existence as part of a regional group, and in this case, it is part of ASEAN.
You mentioned about ASEAN being attractive. No, I personally would never question that. I think all the fundamentals are there in terms of growth, in terms of population and the demographic dividend and et cetera, et cetera. And I said earlier on, you're doing very well on FDI attraction. I mean, your largest source of FDI, by the way, is the US and then Europe, both outside of RCEP. You also said, you know, we're very attractive, but we can do more. So why aren't you doing more?
Yeah, I don't think we have enough time to discuss about that, but again, yeah, one of the key is collaboration, right? And you can compare to other organizations, other regional organizations, whereas their way of doing things is different, right? And in this opportunity, I would like to say something about how we should coexist, yeah, peacefully as nations, as states. Because you're from the European Union, so I would love to see your reaction after this. If we talk about policies, we must talk about the issues of, let's say, standardization, right? And the issue of objectivity or neutrality or the principle of fairness, I would say, right? This is the more attractive part coming in. As a regional organization, ASEAN's never done such policies that is biased, right? We value the importance of, being objective. We value the importance or the necessity of being fair, right? And we actually are representing not only the voice of the developing nations, but also developed nation. As you know that one of the members of ASEAN is considered as developed nation. And yet, we are not claiming our understanding or our perspective of one single policy to be enforced in other conditions or other region. That is very important. Why? Because, I cannot say names, but one of the regional organizations, they are doing such policies that is very biased, I must say. That is very, I would say, not really objective, if I may, Chris. Yeah? For example, on the issues of deforestation, that regional organization or those countries, they are applying some policies or some laws that are prohibiting some of the products of some nations or some states, including Indonesia, so that some of our products cannot enter European market, right? I think this must be resolved. And I also remember when I was head of delegation in 2020, back in 2020, I was head of delegation in suing the European Union at the time. Why? Because our CPO, our crude palm oil, was being treated discriminatively, right? We were discussing and we were talking and we were, having some disputes. And we took this to WTO because this is our right to exercise our right again as a sovereign nation, because we feel that it is very important for one policy to be executed fairly, right? As we were debating and et cetera, at the WTO session, I remember, I was asking why you are discriminating our product. They were talking about environmental issues. They were talking about, being green and so on. And I was asking one of the countries there, I cannot say name.
Oh, you can.
They were saying, oh yeah, you are preserving less of your areas of forests, right? And then I was looking at the data and I was responding to them. I said, okay, let's look at the numbers. How much you are preserving your forest? How much we are preserving our forests? It turns out, Chris, they only preserve less than 20%, whereas Indonesia preserving more than 51%. So now you talk about environmental issues to us. It's not fair. And as we observe deeper and deeper, it's not about environment. It's about price. It's about competition. It's about how our products and their products must compete each other. There's nothing wrong with competition, but you cannot say you use other reason, other environmental issues in order to avoid competition. That's not fair. It's something that we must take our voice, we must stand up. And with regards to being attractive, ASEAN's never conducted such biased policy like that. We always respect others' commitment, others' internal policy, and we maintain collectivity. That's the difference. So, Chris, I apologize if I may say this bluntly, and as we are running out of time, But ASEAN, again, as a regional organization which consists of Indonesia as now its chairman, we'll make sure we're not going to do that. We always respect other sovereignty, we'll always respect other voices, and that is making us more attractive.
So, as the moderator, I get a right of reply. The right of reply being, well, I don't work for the European Union. I represent European businesses, and you see me in action at ASEAN meetings, and I'm quite tough on ASEAN. I'm even tougher on the European Commission, particularly on this topic. And I was at a meeting recently, and I can tell you one senior official in the region described things like deforestation directive as protectionist policies dressed up as sustainability. And we could have a long discussion about it. But I must say, I have a lot of sympathy for what you just said. We are out of time, so I will very quickly ask Rupa and Akshaj to give me 30 seconds. What would you like to see happen in the region to promote greater regulatory cooperation, to drive in even more investment? Rupa?
That's a tough one in one sentence. I would say having a vision, of a collective vision of where each country has its own competitive advantage and can therefore collaborate. I would also say greater complementarity across policies, so there's coherence, because nothing stands alone in today's world. So as I kept saying, trade, investment, mobility, regulatory cooperation across multiple sectors and issues will be required. So that's the collective.
I don't think I can say anything that would be half as insightful as Rupa just did. I think I completely endorse what she just said.
Right, thank you to my panel. ASEAN is a great place to invest. It's a very attractive place. I love being here and doing business with the region. So please, you got any money? Come and invest it, particularly here in Indonesia. Thank you very much. Thank you, panel.
Please give another big round of applause to this panel. Thank you again to Chris and all panelists, Akshay Garg, Dr. Jerry Sambuaga, and Rupa Chanda. And now please all gather together on stage to take a photo op. On 3, 2, 1, give a big smile. 3, 2, 1. One more time. 3, 2, and 1. All right, let's give another big round of applause to this panel discussion. And again, thank you to our moderator, Chris Humphrey. Ladies and gentlemen, what an insightful event today. ASEAN BAC has compiled 8 programs for ASEAN's economic integration. The programs cover a commitment from the business sector to advance MSMEs, improve digital connectivity and infrastructure, develop the carbon market potential, and build a resilient food security and health system in the region. So now, to conclude this forum, let's welcome on stage for closing remarks, Jill Gonzalez, Executive Director of ASEAN Business Advisory Council.
Thank you very much. So, it's good evening. So this is not a speech, but I believe if there's anyone who deserves a big round of applause, it's the audience. So let's give each other for your staying power, okay, for being with us to the very end. So it's just, on behalf of ASEAN BAC, of course, we wish to thank all our distinguished speakers and panelists today in the past 2 days. As you know, we do hope that this is not a one-off thing, ASEAN Back, please, you'll be receiving invitations for all of you to become part of our journey, to help make ASEAN to become a very attractive investment haven, especially for ASEAN, for ourselves, to invest in ASEAN rather than investing elsewhere. So we heard so many things today, information overload. We've heard of investable assets, which were showcased. We had a fantastic last panel on what are the issues to make us more attractive. Precisely, that's one where we hope we do receive recommendations from you on how we could push this agenda forward. So tomorrow is a big day, our ABIS second day. Tomorrow we expect a bigger audience because leaders will be coming in and out to give keynotes. So we do hope to see you tomorrow, and thank you very much, and good evening.
Mr. Gonzalez, please remain on stage. And now we would like to invite Mr. Chandra Chan, co-founder and general partner, Alpha JWC Ventures. Now we are witnessing the exchange of token of appreciation between Mr. Chandra and Mr. Jill as a symbol of the partnership to ensure the success, symbolizing the success of the ASEAN Investment Forum 2023. Okay, please give another big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations again, and thank you to Mr. Jill Gonzalez and Mr. Chandra Chan. So, ladies and gentlemen, with speakers from ASEAN and its dialogue partners who are shakers and movers on the business sectors, investments and technology leaders, and international institution, the forum covered sessions that center around ASEAN's growth in the global economy, intra-ASEAN investing, sustainable investment, global investments in the region, and regulatory cooperation. We had opening remarks that stated it is the right momentum to use this window of opportunity for partnership and investments in ASEAN, especially to tackle middle income trap. Education and health are two of the main sectors that need to be focused on. We also had scene-setter presentation, strengths and challenges faced by the region, and also analyze the factors contributing to its growth. We also have panel of intra-ASEAN investing propelling regional growth across border. We had investing for a sustainable future, investing for good. How we focus on immense potential for generating carbon credit, given that the region is incredibly rich biodiversity and abundance. Also, we had keynote investable projects in ASEAN, from Indonesia with IKN Nusantara, Singapore with ASEAN Smart Growth Connect, Laos with transforming a landlocked to a land link by building connectivity in ASEAN countries, Thailand with Wangchan Valley Smart Manufacturing Center, Malaysia with transforming healthcare and wellness city, and Myanmar with connecting corridors by Resources Group Logistics. We also had special presentation by Grab Indonesia with a supportive initiative to empower SMSEs. We have Shared Town Playbook Insight and ASEAN's roadmap to becoming the hub of human talent. We also had global investment into ASEAN, highlighting attractiveness of ASEAN as a destination for international investment. We also have regulatory cooperation for an investable ASEAN and the need of regulatory clarity, transparency, and consistently in attracting investment. So, ladies and gentlemen, as we reach at the end of the eventful day, we want to extend our deepest gratitude to all the speakers, participants, and organizers who made this forum discussion successful. We hope the discussion and connection have the power to ripple into impactful action in the future. Thank you And I am Tommy Chokro signing off. Enjoy the rest of the day. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. See you again next time.